Estaremos en unos minuticos. El alcalde ya viene en camino. Viene de Homestead. No, no viene de Homestead. Viene de arriba. Ya viene en camino. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Buenas noches a todos y gracias de nuevo por su paciencia. Thank you for your patience. We are about to start the City of Hialeah Council meeting for August 25th. I will call the meeting to order officially at 5:58 p.m. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Zogby,
Here.
Ms. De La Vega. Present. Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Marrero.
Present.
Ms. G. Perez. Ms. M. Perez.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a full council.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you also lead us in the invocation?
Sir, we will have a member of the
Who
city's
is-
faith.
What is it today? Oh. Thank you, my dear. What a pleasure. You want us to rise? You're the boss. All rise?
Please.
Yes, thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with many things to propose for the community, to propose to the council. We ask, Lord, for wisdom, clarity, discernment, and peace. We ask also for protection for our law enforcement, for our first responders, and for every community member that is here, all the council, the mayor, his staff, and everyone that lives in Hialeah and the surrounding cities. We ask, Lord, for protection and guidance. We always give you honor and praise. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing and face the flag as I ask Councilwoman Monica Perez to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Put our hand on our chest. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you all. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please read into the record the guidelines for tonight's meeting?
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone, using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda will be presentations. We have some very good ones today. They're all good. First presentation will be to recognize 2 of our police officers for their incredible life-saving efforts, successful life-saving efforts. Chief Fuente, would you like to take over and talk about it? Who we're going to recognize?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's a great evening. It's a great evening because we get to recognize 2 of our amazing officers. We have a police department that works tirelessly every day for the benefit of our community, to protect and serve all of us, all of you, all of our friends, all of our family. But today we get to recognize 2 that, due to their actions, saved the life of a 1-year-old baby. So I would like to call up, before I continue, Officer Renato Bejal. and Officer Hector Rosado. In May 11th of this year at around 6 p.m., fortunately, these officers were on duty where we had an incident of a family calling that their 1-year-old baby was found face down in the pool. Brought out of the pool by the mom. She called 911. These officers responded. And fortunately, their actions, Officer Behar performing life-saving actions on the baby with the assistance of Officer Rosado, saved that 1-year-old's life. And the reason why we're recognizing it today, this happened in May, is because the people that wanted to ensure that these officers get recognized and the ones that were adamant about it, that called the mayor's office to let them know their appreciation. And I'm happy saying it because the champion is right here. That 1-year-old is here with us today. So if I could call up. If Mom Maria, if Mr. Fela and our champion Kaiser want to come up with a little sister, please come up. This is a beautiful, beautiful moment. Let's give them another round of applause, please. With the permission of the family, we're going to go ahead and show the body-worn camera footage from that event. So if you could please look up at the screens and you'll see what the officers had to encounter and had to deal with at that moment. So again, we can't imagine those terrifying moments for this family. But tonight we recognize the amazing work that us that wear the uniform are accustomed to seeing our officers do on a daily basis. But it's nice to be able to come up and thank and recognize the bravery and the outstanding work of these officers on that day. And thank God to them is why this little champion is here with us today. So thank you to all the officers that would do this, and not for the recognition, because they definitely didn't want this recognition, but it's well deserved. So thank you. You guys make me proud to wear this uniform. Make me proud to call you brothers. Congratulations.
Would it be okay to get a picture with you guys at the office? Yeah, I like this. Hi. Beautiful.
Hey, gentlemen, not to belabor what the chief already said, but on behalf of the city of Hialeah, and I know the council feels the same way, we're just very deeply appreciated of everything that you guys did. You know, the family obviously is extremely appreciative, but we're very thankful as a city. We want to extend our deepest and warmest thank yous to you. And there's only one word to describe what happened that day, and that was, you know, seeing real heroes in the flesh, and that's you guys. So thank you for everything that you guys do.
Yeah, okay. You gentlemen, you heroes can have a seat for now, right? But they don't, you can have a seat, but don't leave because this part is important to you guys. So we're going to move on to, we're going to skip a few steps and go to a real important step. We're going to move on to item 11F. Surprise, surprise, it has to do with our police contract. Madam Clerk, can you read it into the record?
Proposed resolution ratifying and approving the collective bargaining agreement between the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge Number 12 and the City of Hialeah, Florida for a period beginning on October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2029, a copy of which will be on file in the office of the city clerk and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mayor, do you want us to vote on it first, have some discussion up here, or do you want the
Well,
mic?
the only thing I'll say is, you know, we do a lot of things that are very important on this council, but they told me, hey, you guys want to give our officers some certificates? And I said, no, I think we'll do something better. And that is sign a very historic pay deal. We need to compensate these guys. They put everything on the line for us as a city, and we need to have their back. And we always say that we support the police, but in the history of Hialeah, this is really the first time that I think we're really, really competitive with our pay, and we're putting our money quite literally where our mouth is. And so this is a historic day for the city of Hialeah, and I urge the council's support in approving a very, very respectable and also something that they've truly earned because of their hard work, a pay increase for our Hialeah police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Council, does anybody have, we have a motion from
Second.
Councilman Luis Gonzalez, does anybody have anything to say before we move on to a second motion?
Second.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilman William Marrero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on 11F.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. M. Perez. She stepped away.
She's coming. Don't worry. We'll get her vote. Are we good?
She didn't
Oh.
know yet. Hold on.
Oh, I
Let's
thought
wait
she
for a
was
second. Hold on.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, your vote on item 11F.
Coach's
Yes.
contract.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right. Where do you want us? You want us behind the chairs there?
So
Beautiful.
I'd like the members of the council, if they
Come
can
on down.
join us, and also our chief and the president of the union, so we can do the official signing ceremony of this historic, again, pay increase for our Hialeah police officers.
Yeah.
At the end, we're gonna raffle a Sharpie, so back to seconds. Marbelli. Some magic Sharpie. The date. This is the quickest law ever signed, I think, in the history. With that. So with that, it's official. We're officially under contract. So one of the best parts about this, I'll tell you, Crowley, is that we've gotten so many calls from officers of different departments wanting to come now to Hialeah. I think you've experienced the same, and how beautiful it is to be able to say that Hialeah can become a destination for the best law enforcement personnel countywide.
I mean, I've gotten already several calls from members that have left the department that want to come back. Also, I believe this is going to be huge and part of recruiting and retaining our officers here. We should only be replacing the officers that retire, and this is something that we expressed. Mayor sees it, and I think this is an outstanding, and all our officers here are happy. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
Mayor, where were you when I was a police officer and I needed this raise? I cried so much.
I think I was in pre-K.
I want to adjourn the meeting. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope everybody's happy. I hope everybody's happy. I'm happy. I live here like everybody else who's up here. So we're going to have an even safer city now that we have happy police officers. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to our second presentation. Very important also. Madam Clerk, can you read item B?
Mayor Calvo and the city council members presented proclamation to each of the following nonprofit organizations in celebration of National Nonprofit Day, August 17, 2026.
Madam Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good
So
evening.
tonight, it's truly an honor to recognize each of the nonprofit organizations that are joining us here at City Hall for National Nonprofit Month. So tonight with us, we have, and when I call you, if you can just stand up, we have Andrea Believes Foundation. We also have with us the Hialeah Women's Club. We also have the Hialeah Lions Club and the Yellow Jackets. And we also have the Farm Share Team. So each organization that we recognize tonight may have a different mission, serve a different population, and address a different need. But you all have something in common, and you serve our community and make Hialeah a better place. Nonprofits are often the organizations working quietly behind the scenes, feeding families, supporting our children and seniors, and helping those going through difficult times, and stepping up when our community needs them the most. And behind every organization are individuals who give their time, their energy, and most importantly, the hearts of serving. That is why recognition like this is so important. We want you to know that your work is seen and your dedication is appreciated here at the city. On behalf of the city of Hialeah, thank you to each and every one of you for choosing to serve our city. Thank you for being partners in our community and for reminding us that we can accomplish everything together. Congratulations to all of you tonight and your organizations. And most importantly, thank you for everything you do for the residents of Hialeah. If I can have come up to the podium and city council and mayor, if we can come down, we would
Yes.
like to recognize these organizations with a proclamation. We'll start off with Andrea Believes Foundation. We have Andrea Viejo, who is the founder of Andrea Believes Foundation. She's also accompanied as well with Mom and Anissa Mendez, who's our community councilwoman for the District 10. Thank you, Andrea. So that you know, Andrea does many things with several of us here on the council and the mayor. We've done community cleanups. And so we appreciate everything you do, Andrea. Thank you.
So I'll just read off the proclamation real quick. It says, whereas Andrea Believes Foundation is a nonprofit organization playing a vital role in our community, and it's demonstrated its unwavering commitment to serving our community through its charitable and humanitarian efforts. And because of the dedication of its members, it has exemplified compassion, generosity, and service, and has earned the respect of our community. Now, therefore, I, as mayor of Hialeah, and on behalf of the city council, proclaim August 17, 2026 as Andrea Believes Foundation Day in the city of Hialeah.
Next, we have the Hialeah Women's Club. We are accompanied by President Raquel Donoso. We have First Vice President Rina Rosado. Second Vice President Marlene Marcus. Treasurer Alejandra Cortina. Reporting Secretary Jacqueline Gill and Corresponding Secretary Jessica Sanchez.
Les leo aquí lo que dice esto. Rapidito, dice aquí, Women's Club of Hialeah, otra vez, por su generosidad, su compasión, su servicio, all the respect and gratitude of our community. Clamamos el día 17 de agosto 2026, compartido con Andrea Belize. Women's Club of Hialeah Day. Felicidades, congratulations.
And the Hialeah Women's Club is, there's many activities in the community. Every time you call for a need, they're definitely there. So thank you, Hialeah Women's Club. Next up, you might notice some people in yellow jackets. That is the Hialeah Lions Club. And we have President Melissa Trujillo, Treasurer Olalis Echavarria, membership Marlene Cepero, and Vice President Janelle Cepero. We also have Joanna Aleman, Secretary, also serves on one of our boards. Social Events Chair, Ale Cortina, so she's in the house. Andrea Viejo as well. As part of the Lions Club. Lidia Castro. Hi again. So the Hialeah Lions Club does many events in our community. They have a slogan that where there is a need, there is a lion. The Lions participated in our back to school. The Lions also participate with our special population during Christmas. So just very thankful to the Hialeah Lions Club, that wherever there is a need within the city, we call on them and they're always there. So thank you, the Lions Club.
So it reads like this. Lions Club of Hialeah has earned the respect and gratitude of our community, and they also partnered with the city of Hialeah just recently to provide breakfast meals for our kids at our Hialeah Park. So thank you, Council Vice President, and thank you to the Lions Club, Los Leones de Hialeah, o Las Leonas, ¿no? En este caso, Las Leonas. +1, +1. So Lions Club of Hialeah, Pan American Day in the city of Hialeah, again, August 17, 2026. Congratulations.
I just wanted to add that the Lions Club lost their founder this year. Cookie passed away, Cookie Hernandez. And she was the foundation of this club and she brought a lot of joy. So I know that she would have been here today with her husband. And they were a beautiful couple, an example of what it is to be here from the city and give back, along with Melinda de la Vega's father, who was also an amazing lion that worked with them. So I just want to honor those two people that aren't here with us today. My club never.
My club wants to give me the microphone. Obviously here they don't either. I want to say that as a community, we all work together. And recently, we happened to work with the Women's Club, and we were very happy to create 200, 100% cotton. Now, both of them. Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing us this opportunity.
No.
And last but not least, I would like to bring up the Farm Share team. Here with us today, we have Mario Lopez, Director of Development, Ana Velazquez, Director of Marketing, and Dr. Alfio Ferreira, Director of USDA Programs.
No, he didn't.
I want to say Farm Share has been a partner of ours for many, many years. And we do many food drives with Farm Share. Every time we call Farm Share, they say yes. We have served, I would say, over 5,000 meals every quarter, always giving back to the city of Hialeah. So thank you, Mario. Thank you to the entire Farm Share team for everything and always saying yes to the retail. Thank you.
Okay, so the proclamation reads like this, whereas Farm Share has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to serving our community through its charitable efforts, its humanitarian efforts, but most importantly for impacting positively the lives of our residents. Now, therefore, I, Brian Calvo, Mayor of Hialeah, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim August 17, 2026 as Farm Share Day in the City of Hialeah for its outstanding contributions to our city. Thank you.
One more presentation. Madam Clerk, can you read item C into the record?
Angie Fernandez, Public Information Officer with the Community Outreach Division of the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, speaks regarding senior community outreach efforts.
Hi, Angie, my old friend. Can you identify yourself for the record, and your work address will be
Yes.
fine, my dear?
Thank you.
And you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank
Angie
you.
Fernandez with the Community Outreach. I'm a PIO for the Office of the State Attorney. And my address is 1350 Northwest 12th Avenue. I hold many hats in the office, but one of my favorite hats is speaking and educating our elderly. And I work for a wonderful woman who is always thinking outside the box, and she allows us to run with projects and all the things that we think that the community needs. And she started the EVA task force a few years ago, and it has increased due to the fraud that has been occurring among our elderly community, elderly vulnerable adults. And now we have 2 attorneys, 2 investigators, and additional staff because we not only have fraud, but we also assist in any criminal activities or has to do with abuse. But to say all that is that she believes that we have to be in the community for prevention. So one of the things that we've been attacking in the community, in the different municipalities and in the county, is seeking and speaking to the elderly community. Many years back, I used to come to Hialeah and do the seniors housing. Unfortunately, with COVID, everything changed, so it was a different shift. But we have seen such a big increase lately that that's why I'm here, to see if there's an opportunity for us to reach those elderlies that live in the housing, to let them know about the tactics and the stuff that is happening. We do reach the seniors that own their properties and own their homes, with a lot of them through the WellMed, the clinics that they call us, and we do attend through it. But I just wanted to give you some stats to see how it's been. 2025 ranked among the top states for elderly fraud, nearly 1,000 fraud cases per 100,000 seniors. Miami-Dade County is #1 in financial exploitation fraud, major hub for senior targeted scams. And one of the things that we do, the presentation I only sent you a sample of the presentation. And sometimes they say, oh, it's a 25 to 20 minutes presentation. But every time we talk to the seniors, it's really adapted to whatever the audience. I try to get there early, try to communicate with them, see what's hitting them, because not what happens to the seniors in Hialeah could be the same thing that happens to my Westchester seniors, or South Miami, or Coconut Grove, or Westchester. So I try to get a little intel. And sometimes you'll see me in the community just stopping at the grocery stores or even at the barber shops and at the beauty salons just to get some info what is happening. So when I do the presentation, I kind of so they don't get bored, because I know 20 minutes of talking is a lot. So it's an interactive presentation. And now, and hopefully we're going to be able to implement something is called like a bingo. So that's something that we want to look forward to doing for the seniors as well. So that's pretty much why I'm here. I do work, I've been working with EPI with Hialeah Community Coalition, and we do our START program, which is a choice and consequence, which is another prevention program to help the kids know that there are certain things that you can get arrested even if you're 12 years old or 8 years old. So that's one of the great, unfortunately, one of our students just left, and he did that program for 3 years and he loved it and he learned a lot. So the same thing is for kids, for seniors, but in a different topic. And I'm here just to see if you can open the doors for our office. It's a free presentation. We won't charge to speak to them and educate them on the issues on fraud and exploitation. That's all. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm so happy to see you here, Angie. I know Angie very well through the Hialeah Community Coalition and all the work that she gives back with the youth. About 4 years ago, I would say, we did something very similar like that. And we did it with police, fire. We taught them about changing the batteries on their fire alarms. We did teaching them about fraud. And I went with Claudia, that's here from Freebie. And we went to all the senior centers and we taught them on transportation, fire, and fraud. And it was super successful. We did it in Los Comedores. I made sure to bring them something to eat, and they were entertained and they learned, and they were very appreciative on the 3 topics. And like you said, we broke it into, 3 different categories, and they stayed very entertained. I think that it would be positive if we could arrange that again.
Absolutely.
And have Angie with a similar, maybe we could do, since we're discussing transportation too, we could kind of do a little spin-off on whatever we land on, and, run it again. And I know the person that did it was a detective, which had a huge caseload, which it would help him to stay in the office and the police station, and have Angie come out, because I know she's a wealth of knowledge.
I mean, I'll be more than happy to share whoever would like to see the presentation, to make sure we do update our presentation on an annual basis. And again, not everything that is on the presentation is shared, just because sometimes I just turned 59. So it's hard for me to hold off information. So 15 minutes is good. cap to give information.
Yeah.
So I would, I do recommend that if we do come to the community, make it like maybe twice a year, just because I see it in the clinics when I go to WellMed or the clinics up in the doors. They goes, oh, can you come in 3 months because so-and-so is in the doctor's office? And I go, whenever they want. And I do go to a lot of the clinics, but I feel like, we're missing a huge group of elderly from Hialeah. And I remember going to all of them and knowing a lot of them and having them even call me, oh, I fell into the trap of the lottery ticket back then. So, it's just a reminder.
We've been going around with PD to some of the centers this year. And one of the biggest cases are the AI voice simulators that they capture someone's voice. It sounds like a granddaughter or a grandson, and they start saying, we need help. We're going to go to jail. We got into a car accident. Zell us this money, and they're zelling them the money and they're losing out. And there's been plenty of cases that we've seen in the community that have
Just-
fallen into that AI voice
Exactly.
trap.
We do talk to them about them, and we don't talk about AI. We give them examples. We tell them, we do it actually, if it's a Spanish audience, we do it in Spanish. So
Right.
just to give you an example, the common fraud has been tech support, which they call you if the elderlies that have, oh, something's wrong with your computer. The romance scam,
Oh, yeah.
that's happening. Investment, government imposters, and we've actually had in some other areas, law enforcement with fake badges that they go to the doors. So those are things that we kind of talk to them. The grandparents, the romance, investments, and tech home repairs have been the top in 2025.
Wow. Okay. Thanks,
So
Angie, for being
Thank you,
here.
Angie. Thank you
have
for what
me-
you do.
I put a little brochure, just
We'll
give you a
definitely be
little
in
of
touch.
everything. And my information is there. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you
have-
so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Good to see you again. Thank you. All right. So comments and questions portion of the meeting. Do we have registered speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. The first speaker is Jose Ozzie.
Okay. Mr. Ozzie, you know the rule, name and address for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Good evening, everybody. Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I first want to recognize the Lieutenant Governor Brian Avila. He grew up at Babcock Park when I worked there. He's always been like a super cool person, like not typical of a elected leader, because he's just really down to earth, caring. I'm like so happy for him. And I've talked a lot about the conditions of our parks, like you witnessed, we don't have programs. I'm asking that this year at least open up. I live in Southeast Park, right? On Sundays, the day that most people go to the park is closed. If you just put up one staff, our community can use the basketball court, baseball field. We got a new playground donated. Nobody has access to that playground. On Saturday, most people, families don't work. They go to the park at 5 because it's so hot, while the park closes at 5. It's very minimal money in the new budget. One of the things I always tell you, the most important thing you do by far, nothing compares to the budget. Where you put your money is where it's going to really happen. Doesn't matter how much Instagram posts you do. Where your money is, that's going to happen. Our residents have the right to use the park. At least we don't have programs, but at least open up the parks. Babcock Park on Sunday is open till 5. If you go there after 5, the only people using the parks are those that could jump the fence. So you have, so that. The other one, we're forfeiting summer lunches because we don't put one staff there. I've talked about this a lot. I hope you realize we're a low-income community. We're forfeiting breakfast, we're forfeiting lunches because we didn't put a staff there. Not only do they not have programs, they don't have free things that are given to the county. So please look at that. Also, the libraries are very important. The library we have, by Babcock, is only open 10 hours a week. That's not really for low money, part-time staff. We need to have our libraries more. Education is very important. Someone like Brian Avila, I'm sure he grew up at Babcock doing this, going to the library. That's not available for them no more. And your budget's coming up. I know you're short, but that's just minimal. Like, we should provide those minimal service. Going on to Miami-Dade County, the representative for Natalia Beast was here. I think he's still here. They're going to finally open up the Hialeah Center. And that's a big chunk of money for like farm chair, the seniors. There's just a lot of programs that we branched away from the county. We could still be there, and I hope we use these. There's so many resources that we don't have. We're not navigating the system. We need to navigate and get involved. I know the director William Sanchez is reaching out, Miami-Dade County. I think we are gonna get more money for our arts and grants. And I want to end up with this, especially, I'm talking to the men here. I had 10% of my kidney removed 11 days ago. I'm already walking, no painkillers, 2 days. It's unbelievable. And when I talk to all these, especially men, like, do your checkup, everybody, no, I don't believe in doctors, or, oh yeah, I haven't done it. That's like so important, you
Why
know?
are you imitating me, Jose?
No, it's serious, because like, I've had a couple of people die and get all these diseases, and then you ask them, did you do your checkup? No, and like, that's like so important, because they caught it early, man. That saves so much when they catch you early, especially men. The females are really good with that. But men, I'm talking to them, that's not no
Glad you're
joke. Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, Jose. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any other registered speakers?
The other two speakers registered to speak on two zoning items are on first reading. Items 16B and 17F.
We have a Elio Oliva and a Maria Antonia Acevedo. I don't know if you speak, are they here? Okay. Do you speak English, both of you? Okay. This item in zoning will be on first reading. There are no comments related to the item. You can come back in 2 weeks when it's on second reading. And then when that item comes up, not necessarily in comments in this portion, then you can stand up and you can voice your support or opposition of the item. There's one vote now, but according to our charter, we do not take public comments. We allow the developer or the lobbyist to make a presentation. We vote on it, but it's not final.
And
It's final in 2 weeks. Go ahead, Madam
through the
Attorney.
chair, and just for clarification, even the way that it is noticed, it is that it's in first reading, it's not open for a public hearing. In second reading, it is specifically noticed that it's open for public hearing during that second reading.
Yes, sir, there is. It's not too late. Yes, sir, that's when it becomes official. There has to be a second reading. So nothing final is going to happen today. That is the way it works. They will make a presentation. Our rules are, and when it was noticed, it's clear about that. No comments about this. That's okay. That's okay. You could stay, but I'm not gonna allow comments related to that item. You follow? You can come in 2 weeks. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you understanding. Yeah. Thank you. And what? Well, I mean, that's our rules. You know, you can agree with, thank you. That's right. No. All right. We'll move on. Any other registered speakers?
No, sir.
Salvador Blanco. Adelante, a la reja, lo que queda de ti. Salvador, tu nombre, tu dirección y tienes un máximo de 3 minutos, no 3 horas. Esto no es la Plaza de la Revolución. 3 minutos.
No, lo que he visto que este micrófono es muy bueno para rap.
Nombre completo y dirección, papi.
Doctora, ¿cómo usted está?
Bien, ¿y usted?
Bueno, primero quiero empezar felicitándolo por...
Tienes que empezar con tu nombre y tu dirección.
Pero si ya lo dijiste tú.
Sí, pero viene mejor de ti.
Salvador Blanco, Xavier White. Y
Direction.
3845 West 10th Drive, City of Mango Hill, 33012.
Entonces,
Mango Hill. Bueno, mire, yo vengo a buscar la condolencia de ustedes. Y tengo que felicitar a Public Works. Tremendo trabajo que hacen. Gracias a Public Works, me enteré, y sus técnicos, que tuve un salidero. Y entonces ese salidero me está costando $661.57. Y como se dice en la ONU y en la OEA, quisiera ver cómo me pueden condonar esa suma o hacerme posible pagarla a plazos. This is all for today. Lo puedo decir en creol también. Je me souviens que vous voyez. Que vous voyez maintenant tous les problèmes que j'ai avec la Python. Sin sortido que llene se conecta, maintenant, bon, yo soy la. Lo puedo decir en ruso, yo puedo decir.
Hay que traducir eso.
Condonar. Es una frase muy diplomática. A Cuba la pasan condonando todo el tiempo y ellos siguen robando y acabando. Esto te tienes que sentir honorado con lo que voy a decir. Ay, se me olvidó el apellido del hombre. Pero aquí tuvimos un actor, Pepe Hiedra, y cada día te pareces más a él, de verdad. No, Pepe Hiedra estaba buenísimo, cuidado.
Muy honrado, muchísimas gracias, tremenda persona, gracias.
Y también quiero felicitar al departamento de la doctora. De verdad, dan ganas de postularse solamente por llegar a ese departamento. Y para que lo sepan, próximamente me voy a presentar como concejal, porque Hialeah necesita un salvador.
¿Qué tú querías? ¿Ayuda con el agua?
Sí. No, con el agua no, con la cuenta.
No, porque el agua te la podemos cerrar enseguida y con eso te podemos bajar. ¿Con quién? Yeah. Who's here? Jose, can you get with Mr. Blanco and refer him to customer service, see if he qualifies for a credit on the leak or something like that? Salvador, antes de irte, ve al muchacho este
No, qué
tiposo
lindo.
que está ahí al lado de la puerta.
No, está bonito, está bonito.
Gracias, Salvador.
Y después, señor alcalde, tengo dos cosas. Una que necesito que me dedique 1 minuto con 43 segundos apart. Y la otra es que tengo la dichosa suerte, ustedes saben la otra palabra. Mi hermano, y para mí eres un hermano, y saludo a tu padre. Mi mujer toma el café con tu taza. ¿Serio? Serio.
Y el agua de Hialeah.
Y el agua de Hialeah. Bueno, familia,
Gracias.
yo los quiero. God bless
Gracias, Salvador. Igual.
Hialeah. God bless you. Oye, y, espera un momento, y qué bueno están todos los policías. Oye, están riquísimos. Mira eso. Gracias, macho.
Gracias, Salvador. Gracias. Señor, no. Señor Oliva, Mr. Oliva, would you please come up here and talk? I'm going to allow it. Please. Thank you, sir. And thank you for your patience. I'll give you up to 3 minutes today. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. What? What's her name?
María.
Is that Miss
Acevedo.
Acevedo, sir?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I just think, what?
Buenas noches.
Um,
Mi nombre es María Acevedo.
Mr. Un momentico, mi amor, gracias. We need to do this, huh? Okay. En esta porción de la reunión vamos a tener que traducir cada oración que usted diga para ponerlo en el récord en español. No puedes hablar, pero quiero que hagas una oración y vaya, y pause para que la muchacha
Muy
pueda
bien, sí.
traducirte. Lo vamos a empezar, ok, fresquecito. Dame tu nombre completo y tu dirección, mi vida.
Muchas gracias.
A usted.
Mi nombre es María Acevedo
My name is Maria Acevedo.
y yo vivo hace 55 años en el 642 Southeast 5 Avenida de Hialeah.
And I live 55 years at the resident located at 642 Southeast 5th Avenue, Hialeah.
Adelante, gracias.
Yo,
You
Yo
have to,
compré esa casa junto con mi esposo difunto Marcos Acevedo con el poco dinero que pudiéramos
I
guardar.
bought the property with my husband, Marco Acevedo, with a little money
Que pudimos guardar manejando múltiples empleos y enfrentando todas las dificultades y realidades
with the different jobs that we had and the difficulties we faced
económicas que se vivieron en esos años.
economically within the years that we lived through.
Como muchos de mi generación que son forzados a emigrar a este gran
With much
país,
of my generation that is forced to migrate to this country,
nos dedicamos a trabajar, pagar impuestos y cumplir con la ley.
we dedicate to pay for taxes and abide by the laws.
Yo crié mis dos hijos en esa casa.
I raised
Cui-
both of my children in that home.
Cuidé a mis padres enfermos de edad avanzada.
I took care of my parents with old age.
Eventualmente tuve la alegría de recibir y atender a mis 6 nietos.
Eventually, I was able to attend to my 6 grandchildren.
Mi único deseo que ahora es poder vivir lo que tengo de vida en esa casa
My only
ta-
wish now is to live what's left in this home
que tanto representa para mí y para mi familia.
that represents so much to me and my family.
Me preocupa profundamente el desarrollo nuevo
I am very concerned about the new development
que se propone al lado de mi casa
that is proposed next to my home
y el tráfico, ruido y congestión que eso inevitablemente representa.
and the traffic and noise that this may represent.
Además, estoy muy desconcertada y desilusionada porque acabo de descubrir que el lote 652 South East de 5 Avenida, aledaño a mi casa, en un lote residencial que ha sido
Es un lote recién.
es un lote residencial que ha sido utilizado ilegalmente
I am very concerned because the lot located at 652 is being used illegally
por camiones comerciales por muchos años.
for commercial trucks for many years.
Son décadas de ruido, vibraciones,
It's decades of vibrations,
sueños
noises,
interrumpidos y actividad industrial que me han afectado
that have affected me,
a mí y a todos mis vecinos.
me and all my neighbors.
Yo tengo 90 años
I am 90 years old
y quiero dejar que mi hijo y mi yerno hablen por mí, pero solo le pido a la ciudad que tomen en cuenta a esta viuda que solo quiere vivir sus últimos años de su vida en paz y tranquilidad.
and I would like the city to
Muchas
consider.
gracias.
Gracias, señora. Muy amable. Gracias. Oliva, you can come. Yeah. Thank.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You're very welcome.
I am Maria Antonia's son-in-law, and I'm speaking on behalf of her. She's the
Name and just a
Okay, my
formality.
name-
Name and address for the record.
Elio Oliva, 11 Eaton Overlook.
11 what?
Eaton Overlook
Where's that?
in Maryland,
Where?
Rockville, Maryland.
Rockville.
Yes.
I have family over there.
Yep,
Thank you. Go on.
Rockville, Maryland. So, again, so I'm speaking on item 16B in the agenda, which will be covered in, upcoming. So I'm speaking on behalf of my mother-in-law. As she said, she's the homeowner at 642 Southeast Fifth Avenue, living there for 55 years. 2006. Okay, that is when Okeechobee Hialeah Property bought the 652. She lives in 642. We're referring to 652, the adjacent lot. 2006, Okeechobee Hialeah Properties bought that lot next to my mother-in-law's house. Since then, Okeechobee Hialeah Property the applicant has leased this lot to commercial tenants explicitly operating heavy commercial trucks. 2006. The applicant has allowed his tenants to use this residential R1 lot, 652 again is a residential, as we speak today, and has been for many decades, a residential R1 lot, being used to load and unload heavy commercial trucks, maintain and repair heavy commercial trucks, park heavy commercial trucks. So three things, not just parking, loading and unloading, repairing, oil changes, all kinds of other repairs. The activity starts as early as 4 a.m. and continues into the evening on a regular basis. I have sent pictures, which unfortunately are not going to be shown, but hopefully will be shown during the next reading, which document all of this, pictures and videos. This is much more than parking. Commercial trucks consistently transit through this area as early as 4 a.m. and go into the late evening on a daily basis. We have submitted, my mother-in-law has submitted a code violation complaint to the city of Hialeah, case number PERM 006-885-2026, which has gone unanswered. Okay. I presented these facts to the City Planning and Zoning Board on August 12th, along with pictures of this commercial truck activity. Chairman Diego Perez expressed concern and specifically asked the applicant, Mr. Hugo Arza, who is here today, who is the applicant's counsel, to have his client stop this commercial activity, truck activity immediately. Sadly, the applicant, in keeping with their total disregard for my mother-in-law, her neighbors, the city of Hialeah, and its zoning and ordinances, continues this illegal truck activity unabated. Additionally, I would like to point out that the staff recommendation statement item LU1, well, I'm out of time, but I want to also cite that the documents that were used in the city and planning meeting on August 12th were flawed. If you read those documents, particularly LU1, it makes a series of misrepresentations. It makes it seem that that plot is the adjacent plot next to her house is just some sort of benign parking lot, and it is not. And we have plenty of evidence, videos, pictures. We brought this up in the last meeting, and the reason why I'm here, I respectfully request the city of Hialeah to deny the rezoning of
Thank
the
you, sir.
652 Southeast Fifth Avenue.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And again, I wish my pictures and videos would have been shown,
You
but
can, if they're available, we'll
well, I
definitely show
emailed them to
the second, in the
I
second
emailed
meeting.
them to someone.
We're not going to show them today, but thank you. We appreciate it. Duly noted, sir. Thank you, both of you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Through the chair.
All right. Yes, sir.
If I may, I'd like to recognize Maria Mejides, who's here with her daughter, the former wife of Councilman Andy Mejides, that way back in the days was one of the best council person here. Hi.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments or questions from the audience? Before, sir?
Yeah.
Come over here. Okay. I'm gonna need your, hello, I'm gonna need your full name and your address, and you can take up to 3 minutes if you like. Go on.
Okay. My name is Kevin Toledo.
Kevin,
83
what? Sorry?
Kevin Toledo.
Toledo. Okay.
8363 Northwest 41st Street. It's in Doral. I wanted to comment on this situation here because I'm the owner of the business that they're talking about with the trucks.
What business?
It's airline catering. It's
On what?
it's on 455.
It's 5.
It's
you-
the one. There's a loading dock in the back. That's
but
where our
you're the owner
trucks.
Of what's your address? 652, the business.
The business is 455 East Okeechobee Road. Right. It's so the lot that they're speaking about is the lot where the trucks are parked.
Yeah.
Right. But the business is in the back.
Yeah.
And so the only comment I really had was that this is a family business, business that's been there for about 30 years.
What's your address again?
My address is
the business.
The business is 455 East Okeechobee Road.
Okay. Go on.
Yeah, the business is a family business. It's been there for 30 years. My mom, my dad, they bought it from the previous owner. We've been working in and out of there. We are a lot of our employees were part of the community. If not, they're part of Hialeah. And yes, we do operate a lot of heavy trucks, but for the most part, we try to be as respectful as we can to our neighbors. Since we have never actually received any complaints about the noise, but we have ceased parking our trucks in that specific lot, and we have brought them over to where our normal lot is. And we've also began to clean the spot right there where the trucks were, so that it no longer has any of the any presence of what the trucks used to be there. And so the only comment I have is that in regards to any complaints they have, we're going to try to do our part, but at the same time that we have to, because we work with the airlines, we have to abide by the schedules of the airlines. And so, depending on what time we need to deliver to the airport, that's, the time we need to. And so, as far as anything else, like I said, we're here to hear them. And of course,
I get what you're saying. I just don't see what this has to do with the proposed development. Maybe you can clear that up.
well, I just heard their comments, and so I'm just also
Okay.
commenting. Mhm.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Thank you. Anyone else? If no one else wants to speak, we're going to move to. No. Me pesa la primera vez. Item 8, Madam Clerk, please. Thank you. Oh, perdona, no te vi. Sorry.
I'm Marcos Acevedo, 1530 Northeast 191 Street, Miami 33179.
Yes, sir.
Thank you in advance, council and mayor, for letting me speak on this unfortunate incident or item. I'm a 37-year veteran teacher from Miami-Dade County Schools and a business owner. My mother's Marie Acevedo at 642 Southeast 5th Avenue, the house that I grew up in for 55 years. And that makes me the man that I am today, all the values that I've learned. This house has been part of my life. Now I go there every day and take care of my elderly mother for the things that she can't do anymore. Beep, 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 beep. That's what you're constantly hearing. Those are those trucks that are backing up. Well, those sounds that I hear when I visit my mother, instead of bird sounds, cars, kids playing, or airplanes, because we're close to the airport. However, she has endured these sounds every day, and that's changed her life into the person that cannot sleep. She has anxiety. She's worried. She's taking more medication for the simple fact of this illegal entity that has been functioning and being allowed by the city of Hialeah. Those obnoxious sounds come from the constant movement of commercial vehicles backing up into the shipping and receiving area of this catering service that has been allowed to conduct business in a residential area adjacent to my mother's property. Her house has always been her sanctuary, and this has been taken from her one day at a time. Now we can no longer have a conversation on the front porch or the back porch. Why? The answer is very simple. The constant noise of the commercial vehicles coming in, backing up, loading, unloading goods. Don't get me started on machinery equipment to fix these commercial vehicles. Yes, we even have an auto repair shop, which takes place without compliance from the city. Jobs, steering jobs, hydraulic jobs, the list goes on. I have a time frame. All this illegal, and the city has no idea what's going on. Furthermore, I can no longer mow the part of my alley that pertains to my mom's house because it's been closed illegally. These people are trying to petition to close an alley that has already been closed without permission. We've been taken advantage of for many years. How this has been allowed, to happen and the city not be aware. So now we're aware of this legal use of commercial vehicles plus an alley closure. Now it's a turn for the city and the mayor to do what's right. My mother and my father have always taught me to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that if this development happens, we're gonna hear from the lobbyists later. But if this development happens, those problems will be over.
The point is, you asked the question of what does this have to do with the development? There's a residential.
Please, thank you.
The answer is quite simple. The Okeechobee, Elio Oliva, 11 Eaton Overlook.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Elio Oliva. In order for the applicant to build their development, they need the city to convert a residential R1 lot that's been zoned residential since 1928. They need the city to convert that to commercial. Without that, the development cannot happen. That residential lot, which we discovered very recently, is essential to the operation. And we have no beef with International Air Catering. We have no beef with them. The beef here is with the landlord, the owner of that land. Okay, Yoram Itzhak, who's the person that controls Okeechobee, Hialeah, who owns that land. He is illegally, has been for years, since 2006, illegally allowing, why would he provide a lease to someone and say, you can use this for commercial operation, commercial trucks, if it's a residential lot? That's just a fraudulent thing to do.
We got you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's the point, and that's why
Thank you, sir.
this is important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Item 8, Madam Clerk.
There are none, sir.
Board appointments, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution appointing Sebastian Santiago to the Youth Advisory Committee as Councilmember Zogby's appointment for a 2-year term beginning on August 25th, 2026 and ending on August 24th, 2028.
Well, Sebastian is a wonderful young man. He's a high school student, so he's home studying instead of being here, which is commendable. Did you come? I didn't see you. Sorry. Thank you, Sebastian. I thought we would have excused you. And he was an intern. You were an intern, right? For the mayor's office during the summer, right? Did you break anything while you were there? No? Student government president at Westland High? Who else was student government president there? You weren't? No. All right.
I didn't win that election.
He didn't win that election. He didn't win. Congratulations to you, and thank you for offering yourself as my nominee for this position. Can I have a motion? Thank you. Motion from Councilwoman Perez, Jaylene Perez, and second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you, Santiago.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. Thank you. All right. Consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull any items from the consent agenda? And this extends to the public, any items that they want to pull and discuss from the consent agenda. Otherwise, pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion for the entire consent agenda from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Second.
Oh, okay. Second from Councilman Luis Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes,
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed.
thank you. Okay, so we're up to 11 administrative items. Madam Clerk, this is going to be a doozy. Can you read it, 11A into the record? And drink some water first.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending chapter 98 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Zoning, Article 1, in general, creating code section 98-8, planning and zoning fee schedule, to provide for a planning and zoning division fee schedule attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit A, amending Article 2, Administration, Division 7, zoning changes, section 98-195, fees, creating code section 98-197, administrative fees, amending Division 9, administrative variances, section 98-259, application, amending Article 3, plans and plats, Division 2, site plans, section 98-318, fees, amending Division 3, subdivision plats, section 98-347, criteria for approval, amending Article 5, zoning district regulations, Division 1, generally, section 98-416, tenant certificates, amending Division 3, R1, one family district, section 98-496, primary use, amending Division 24, M3 Industrial District, Section 98-1452, recycling, construction, and demolition debris processing facilities or systems, special use permit, amending Article 6, supplementary district regulations, Division 3, buildings and structures, Section 98-1670, construction of prefabricated buildings, and Section 98-1680, pigeon lofts, amending Division 5 uses, Subdivision 8, assisted living facilities, Section 98-1957, application for conditional use permit, amending Subdivision 9, residential care and treatment facilities, Section 98-1987, residential care and treatment facilities, and Section 98-1989, community residential homes, and Section 98-1990, reasonable accommodation, amending Subdivision 12, family daycare homes, Section 98-2033, compliance with fire code, amending Division 9, easements and rights of way, Section 98-2153, public alleys, amending Division 11, landscaping, Section 98-2234, landscaping and irrigation certification and recertification for residential office, commercial, industrial properties, and multifamily developments, and Section 98-2237, fees, amending Division 12, antennas and towers, Subdivision 3, radio antennas, Section 98-2326, permits, amending Article 7, concurrency management system, Division 2, concurrency review procedures, Section 98-2462, review of application for development order, amending Chapter 74 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Signs, Article 3, regulations, Division 1, generally, Section 74-149, LED signs, and Section 74-150, billboard replacement program, amending Division 3, district regulations, Section 74-218, signs in other districts, amending Chapter 78 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Solid Waste, Article 4, supplemental regulations for garbage, waste, and recycling dumpsters, Section 78-111, administrative waiver of dumpster enclosure requirements, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in code, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Go ahead and read A into the record. Item 11A is on second reading, open for public discussion, open for council discussion, otherwise pleasure of the council on 11A. Oh, go ahead, sir. Name and address again, Jose, please.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I want to speak on this item and in general, something that we've been doing for a lot of years. And Mayor, I don't want to compare you to Esteban Bovo, but one of the things I would always say that we got to be transparent with the public. We write administrative orders that nobody can understand. I'm pretty sure not one person in the city council understands what they're voting for here. I want to go back when we legalized 3 Friends Park. We traded a house for a park that turned into a liveway. It was written with this kind of language, and I remember telling Councilwoman Perez, Councilwoman Rodriguez, and Councilman you, Mr. Zogby, and nobody believed me because it was written in this language. And I also want to say what the ethics department, what they told our planning and zoner and our attorney for planning and zoning, that what Hialeah is doing is legal, but it's not ethical. I'm not saying this is not ethical, but we cannot understand it. The recommendation that the ethics board gave us was to present everything in English and Spanish. Dade County presents everything English, Spanish, and in Creole. The signs that we put in the properties, this senior lady, she's fortunate that her son-in-law, you can tell well versed in what happens in these meetings. We have residents all over Dade County that this is happening to them, and they don't have representation. Those orange signs that we're putting in homes, it has a barcode. You know, I spoke in Miami Beach recently, Miami Beach and Miami-Dade County and City of Miami. And they're the council people that they look at you, that respond to your emails. You know, they pay attention to what you're saying. It's pretty discerning here. You speak and everybody goes on their phone, on their laptop. Everybody just dozes off. And they're going to vote on something they don't even understand. You know, that's like the big issue. People come here and speak. I think they deserve respect to listen to what they're saying, listen to them, not go on your phone, not go on your cell phone. It's pretty disheartening, but there's a lot of unhappy people in residents in Hialeah. And Mayor, I hope not that you clarify this, what's going on, but I hope these kind of practices stops. I hope those orange signs that we're putting are written in English and Spanish, like the planning and zoning. The ethics board said it was unethical. I hope those barcodes that we have, they're supposed to tell you about the project. Just in every other city, our barcodes only tell you, they send you to the landing page. There's a lot of things we could be doing to be more transparent, to inform the residents more. One of the things I asked Mr. Councilman Marrero to come with me to other cities and see how they're more transparent, everything's just more available. I didn't mean to speak on the second part, but it's just disheartening. You come in here, you know, you care about your community, you're gonna talk, and then right away, half of you go on your cell phones, and then, you know, like the part I said earlier about our park should be open to residents on Sunday, that's important. But you guys go on your cell phones. I just hope you realize what you're doing and you take this serious, and thank you.
Sir.
Motion.
Do I have a motion on 11A? Do I have a second, motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez, Luis Rodriguez? You see, I knew he was gonna second it. And second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Thank you. Call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega, Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item 11B, Madam Clerk, please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 1 entitled General Provisions of the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, creating Section 1-14 to be entitled Advertisement and Notice by Publication, to provide for publication of legally required advertisement and notices on a publicly accessible county website, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in code, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item 11B is on second reading, open for public discussion or council discussion or pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion on item 11B from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Second.
Second from Councilman William Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item 11C, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance providing for an ad hoc legislative advisory board to review the city charter prior to the 2029 decennial review and make recommendations as to possible amendments to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances and other legislative matters, providing for the composition of the board, establishing the board's term, organization, duties and responsibilities, and staffing, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 11C is on second reading and open for public discussion or
Motion.
discussion from the council or pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Marrero.
Was that you, sir? Thank you. A motion from Councilman William Marrero. Second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega, Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
No. Item 11D, Madam Clerk.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 2 entitled Departments, Offices, and Divisions, Division 8 entitled Finance Management Department of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by amending Section 2-236 to establish a Grants Administration Division and creating Section 2-241 to be entitled Grants Administration Division, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in code, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item 11D is also on second reading, open for public discussion or our discussion or a motion.
Jose Aldi,
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, I've been interested in this a lot, the grants and how much money is available. And I've been asking you guys how important it is to get extra grant writers. For every $100,000 you spend on a grant writer, you're going to get millions. We're low income, we're marginalized. All these things are the woke people. They don't matter, they're woke, but all these companies are offering millions of dollars to residents of the city, then we're not taking part of it. I hope this means we're getting more grant writers. I hope this means that it's going to expand. How does it apply to grants? I know getting rid of all these grant writers we had when I worked for the city wasn't a good idea. Just what Ro Martinez did to the city, all that was grants, grants and federal money. And we have all these companies, but don't even give us a penny, these big companies in Hialeah. So I hope, Mayor, at least talking about that, I hope you have a plan to get more grant writers and apply for more federal, state, and especially all these corporations like Publix, CVS, they give away a lot of money, but I apologize what I said earlier, but I was pissed off, you could tell. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure of the council on item 11D.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Willie Marrero.
And through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm, that kind of just brings up a good question. I'm just curious, do we have grant writers or is that something
So that's what we're creating here. We're creating
Okay.
the grants division, which existed very long time ago under the previous mayor that went away. And so we're bringing it back and it's going to sit, that department will sit in finance and that'll have an administrator run the division. Then it'll have writers under them. Right now, currently, we have one person that services all the grants for the city. And then we have one person in police. And so the idea is to try to consolidate all those efforts and add additional personnel so that we can pursue additional monies. We basically did an analysis and there's up to $150 million potentially of grants out there that we could be tapping into. And so that's the reason we're sort of doubling down and investing on grant writers.
Awesome. Thank you. Motion.
And we have a second from Council Vice President Melinda De La Vega. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item 11E, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 2 entitled Departments, Offices, and Divisions, Division 21 entitled Infrastructure and Asset Management Department of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by renaming the Infrastructure and Asset Management Department to the Public Works Department and renaming the Chief of Infrastructure to the Chief of Public Works, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Changing that again. Item 11E is on first reading. Open for our discussion or questions. This item is presented by Human Resources. Does anyone, pleasure of the council or any questions? 11E. Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez on 11E. Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
Thank you. And we have already addressed F, 11F. So we're moving on to 12, unfinished business. Or 13, new business. And yes, ma'am, you have the floor. Yeah.
So I have some questions for our budget director, Pedro, or CFO, right? Is that correct? Okay. With your permission, Mayor.
Yeah.
Pedro, by the way, great job. You're doing an incredible job.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions. So I know we have a meeting coming up on Monday. I just want to know a little bit better about the budget timeline and the process that we have in place at the moment. So, so I can educate myself a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Pedro DeFaria, Chief Financial Officer. So typically the budget process begins in January or February. We send out budget documents to different departments, where they basically provide their wants and needs for operating capital budgets. Then our budget team, which is a very lean team, they spend a couple months and basically digesting the budget, refining, see what we could fund, getting information from the state or different revenue sources. Once that happens, we basically prepare what's called a preliminary budget, which is like the first step of the budget, which we just completed. We meet with the mayor, we refine what are his priorities, and then we're at the proposed level, which is when we're going to present to you all next week, basically what the city and the mayor intends to fund in the upcoming budget. At that point, you can basically provide us your feedback. We can do whatever we need to do to change. At the end of the day, it's the mayor's budget, but you all approve the budget. So we do take your feedback, not only on that day, but also I would say in previous meetings, right? Just like how the gentleman just mentioned, the grants division, we listened, we heard, and we created the division because that's what our residents wanted. So next week, once we meet, we'll basically finalize the proposed budget. You'll get a nice 300-page book. That's basically, the same stuff you see every year. That's a description of what departments do, their priorities, their accomplishments from the prior year, and their future outlook. And then obviously, and in September, we have 2 statutorily required public hearings, which we present the budget to the public.
Got it. The time frame that you process the budget, the preliminary budget, and you provide it to the mayor, during that time, you're obviously waiting for the department heads to provide you with everything before you present anything to the mayor. How long does that take? From January to?
Typically, I would say this year, we're a little delayed in the sense of there's a lot new administration, a lot going on, a lot of changes that we've been processing. But just a couple of weeks it takes once we receive it from them.
Okay, I would like to propose for next year. I know this year was a little,
Sure.
crazy. So I would like to propose for next year, if we at least the council, and I don't know if my colleagues agree or not, that at least the council obtains the preliminary budget 2 months in advance, like that we have, if we have any questions or any concerns, we bring it up. Also, if we have any ideas of any capital projects or anything that we want to bring up, I think it's the time in those 2 months to have time and bring it up to see if we can budget something. I understand it's the mayor's budget and the mayor obviously makes the ultimate decision, but I feel like we all should work together since we all live here in the city and we think that certain things can be, improved. And I think it's important that I would like to propose that, like, if next year we can do it ahead of time, and try to get the budget to the council at least 2 months in advance. And that's something I can further discuss with the mayor about it.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree. And I was trying to push the team to see if we could get it even sooner this time and have those sessions with the council as soon as possible. We were shooting for July or even early August. But one of the concerns that we've run into is even up until today, this morning, we just received updated statistics from the state as to how much money we're going to actually be receiving. And I mean, look, everybody always says zero-based budgeting, but the reality is 95% of the budget is already fixed based on the contracts that we're under and many other things. So that 5% that we can really play with, a lot of it has to do with what revenues are we going to get. We didn't get the revenues from like Halfpenny and some of these other funds until less than 7 days ago. We just got the communications one this morning. And so as these numbers come in is when we can kind of say, okay, what are we going to do with this pot of money? So that's sort of the constraint. I mean, we'd love to do it sooner. The county does it sooner, but the county also, they're our big brother. And so they have other funds that they tap into. The amount of discretionary money that we can really play with, we don't get that until literally now in August. And as soon as we get it, we basically act on it. And then that's why the meetings are scheduled for next week. What we did do differently this year than years past is that typically the budget hearings are done separately and they're done a lot later in the month of September. I remember like on the council, sometimes we would literally wait until the last day in September. And one year we even had to push it to October because we had a storm that came in September. So we tried to front load the budget meetings as early as possible this time to give everybody the opportunity to, pitch in your ideas and your comments and your feedback, which we do appreciate. So that's why we're doing the meetings a lot sooner. We tried to push the timeline. Basically, I think realistically, this is like the soonest it could happen. But next year, if we could do it sooner, we'll do it sooner.
Like a preliminary,
Exactly.
or meeting, that we can do a preliminary meeting with each council member individually. And like that, we have an idea, we have any ideas, we can bring it up during that preliminary meeting. So when you guys do the proposed budget, you guys, take something into consideration from the council.
Absolutely.
That's all.
If I may, through the chair, I concur. I think that's an excellent point, Councilwoman. And I think that in the past, we've also discussed having included in the book that we did have it several years ago, but we didn't last year, the budgeted proposed positions versus the fulfilled positions. I don't know if that's included this year, but I did say that. Is it in it?
It'll be a supplemental document that we're giving to, it won't be in the budget book itself, which is what we publish, and it has certain requirements from the GFOA board, but we'll definitely give those other informations you asked for, including employee salaries and what's filled and what's vacant,
Per department.
citywide.
Okay. And then the ones that have been vacant, I know in the previous years, we've had kind of like a statistical data for like the last 5 years. So it will show how many have been budgeted for and how many have been fulfilled in the last 5-7 years. We've had that in the previous years. Is that included in this one?
What we provide is the budgeted positions. It's tough to give what was filled at a time because it's a rolling number. So, and our previous system didn't have that information. I think thankfully Workday which is our new ERP system, has information that you're looking for. But as far as what was vacant or filled during the year, sometimes there's a position that's filled one day and it's vacant the next. So it's tough to figure out, okay, what are we reporting for that position?
But I think your point is that, there was kind of like this, I remember the conversations in the years past is like, is that accurate? Like the number of vacancies that we have and stuff. So one of the things I told Pedro early on is I said, listen, let's go to every department. If you have a vacancy, you need to post it and you need to hire someone. If you don't hire someone in a short period of time, we're going to remove the position. So we did do that exercise with all the departments to clean up. There was a lot of stuff out there that really shouldn't have been out there. So we did that exercise earlier in the year. We identified some savings by doing that. So really what's vacant right now, which is about 10% of the positions, right? About 150 positions in a 1,500 person city. That is basically about average. And those are just, somebody that gets terminated or somebody that retires. Those are within the norm, that 10% norm. But we don't have right now, like how we had in the past, basically all these shell positions that didn't really exist or whatever. So we've cut down on that. I think that's your question. But we definitely can provide a vacancy report. Obviously, like Pedro said, that changes every day, some days.
And just adding on to what the mayor said, I'll give you an example. I have 4 divisions under finance management. The only vacant position I have out of the 4 is the new grants writer, and that's it.
Okay.
Everything has been filled. It's a very lean city, and like, for example, our budget team is 3 staff. I think Fort Lauderdale's at 15, Miami Beach is at 10. So we keep the numbers down and we're just trying to make sure they're all filled at the same time.
Okay. Just to quote Armando Vidal, I know that this is a living, breathing document, and it will change.
And so if we could have it a month in advance, even if you don't have to print it, because I know there's a lot of cost, it's a very thick encyclopedia. Even if we could have a digital file, we could use the PDF option to search whatever we need. If it's a hefty file, something like that we could work with and be under the understanding that numbers may change, but at least to look it over because it is a hefty read. And then we're walking into this meeting that we have with you on Monday, and we're not prepared to ask you the questions. So I think that I would like to have something, and I've said it every year, and we usually walk into that meeting without having this document prior, and we leave without it. I also that same day. So it's just out of respect to our time and to us, doing this thoroughly, the process has to change or improve a little bit, I think.
And we agree. And you have my word. We're gonna get it to you guys sooner next year. Maybe not the budget book itself, because like the mayor said, we get revenues like today. So you can't publish that till you have the final numbers. But I could give you the content, the core information that you need to make those important decisions of the remaining non-discretionary funding that we can use.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Pedro, I have a question. I know we're meeting next week. Will we be able to walk away with the budget book so that we can read it and go through it before our actual first budget meeting?
I will give you not the book itself. That's our team is putting it together, but a lot of it's the same information, narrative, org chart, stuff like that. But we'll give you a sizable handout that you can take back with the key information that you're looking for, including positions, salaries, the entire capital budget, all those different things like that. And you'll have basically a snapshot of what the city's funding this year.
Okay. When do we make it public? I know our first budget meeting is September 8th, I believe.
Yes, it has to
Council?
be published. I think it's 3 or 5 days prior to that meeting. The tentative budget has to be posted. It'll be printed some point next week.
Okay. And will we be advertising it to the public? Just last year, we had, I think, less than 5 people attend. So it would be nice to
It's
kind of get.
published- Yeah, it's published the same way that we do, basically for any meeting. And we tried to combine it with the council meeting so that anybody that's at the council meeting would also hear all the information. So we'll do the budget meeting first at 5:30. And as long as that takes, and then we'll resume with the regular council meeting. So that's how we did it, to try to get more attendance, and everybody's already here.
Right. So residents, don't say that we don't include them in these decisions. And then lastly is just to kind of echo on what, last year, I know we went through all the vacancies and we found some vacancies that were 10 plus years, right? So are we went through that, kind of eliminated a lot of those?
Every single open position, and again, either somebody was hired for that position and it's no longer vacant, or we eliminated the position, basically, and it's no longer on the books.
So we'll get a report of any vacancies, maybe 6, and again, I know a vacancy could have happened yesterday, right? But maybe something that's been 6 months plus, or.
Yes,
That way-
we'll give you that specific data you're looking for the
Awesome.
time. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to answer Council Vice President inquiry as to publishing the budget on our website. Just pursuant to Florida Statute 166.241, Mr. DeFaria is correct. The tentative budget must be posted on the municipality's official website at least 5 days before the budget hearing, and is to remain on our website for at least 45 days as required by state law.
If I may, through the chair, I have one more
Yes.
question. Another topic that I remember that we brought up was how much of the department was funded through grants? How much did they receive in order to function? I don't know if that's something that's included in the.
If it's any grant funds are budgeted in what's called a special revenue fund, and those will be available as well. And you'll see in the handout, you'll see how much we received in plan to receive in state, local, and federal funding.
For example, there's some positions that I know, like in the fire department,
Mhm.
that position is budgeted for through grants. So, but then we also have maybe a position budgeted through that salary. So that's what I want to know. I want to know which position has a grant, but yet we're also budgeting for them in their salary,
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
just so that I could
Provide that.
understand how to,
Thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's nothing outside of, let's get to 13A, Madam Clerk, please.
Report to the City Council of financial disclosure submittals for the year ending in 2025. Every current board, committee member, and employee has complied.
Okay. Thank you for that. If there's nothing else in new business, we're going to move on to zoning. And go ahead, Madam Clerk, administer the oath.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand?
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor póngase de pie y alce la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
¿Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo? Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Thank you. I just want to make an announcement. I am going to strictly follow zoning items from here on in. If they are on first reading, absolutely no public comments will be allowed outside of the presenter. If it's on first reading, absolutely no exceptions, no public comments, please, until the second reading on these items. So
No.
our first 15A final decisions, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution affirming final decision number 000-289-26 of the Planning and Zoning Board authorizing a street side setback of 12.41 feet where 15 feet is required for the legalization of a metal roof terrace for the property located at 703 East 37th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, providing for conditions, providing for enforcement of conditions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I'm not sure if the property owner's here or from Claudia or pleasure of the council on 15A.
Claudia, is this just, okay,
ahead, ma'am.
this is. Just to get some information on what this is.
Claudia
I'm not-
Hasbun, Planning and Zoning Official. Councilwoman, this is basically a legalization of an existing metal roof. They are reducing the setback, the separation from the property line for the corner, the side street setback from 15 feet to 12 feet. We also asked them and conditioned that the metal roof should not be enclosed, that they need to address all the issues that we found during our site plan review. And the owner is here if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So just for clarification, for council's sake, in regards to the final decision, you could either affirm the decision, or you could affirm with conditions, or you could basically override the planning and zoning board's decision. But those are your options today whenever you're presented with a final decision, and we have a couple on today's agenda.
Thank you. So this is something that was discovered, a violation, and now they're complying.
Yes, yes, sir.
Any further questions or pleasure of the council on 15A?
With the conditions stated.
Motion with conditions as stated for 15A from Councilman Luis Gonzalez.
Second.
Second. You want me to give it to Willie? Second from Councilman William Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item 15B, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution affirming final decision number 000-354-2026 of the Planning and Zoning Board, authorizing an interior north side setback of 6 feet where 7.5 feet is required for a proposed metal roof for the property located at 5605 West 14th Lane, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, providing for conditions, providing for enforcement of conditions, and providing for an effective date.
This is a final resolution. And do we have the petitioner here, or Claudia's here for any questions?
Richel? Through the chair, this is also a legalization for a metal roof, and the property owner is also here.
And really here, sorry, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Really here, it's that the metal roof should be 7.5 feet and what he has is 6.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's
Motion.
it's a reduction of 1.5 feet.
Motion.
Motion from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega on 15B.
Second.
Second from Councilman William Marrero. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. 15C, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution affirming final decision number 000-333-2026 of the City of Hialeah Planning and Zoning Board, authorizing a rear setback of 5 feet where 7.5 feet is required for a proposed gazebo, and a distance separation of 1 foot between the main structure and the proposed gazebo where 10 feet is required for the property located at 5080 East 9th Lane, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, providing for conditions, providing for enforcement of conditions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. 15C is the petitioner here. If anybody wants to talk to him, Roberto Amador and Claudia's here. Just in case. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Amador, for Claudia?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman William Marrero, second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Oh, he's
He's away. Mr. Zogby?
yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you, Claudia. 16A, land use amendments.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map of the City of Hialeah Comprehensive Plan pursuant to section 163.3187 Florida Statute Small Scale Development Amendment to change the land use designation from low density residential to office and professional services for the property located at 590 East 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
Okay. We have, for the record, we have a motion from Councilman William Marrero. This is on second reading, though. It'll be open for public discussion. If anyone wishes to do so. If not, we do have a motion from William Marrero on 16A. And we have a second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez on 16A. Please call the roll.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? He's absent. Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez? Yes.
Through the chair, before Ms. Perez,
Yes.
am I able to ask
Yes,
a question
ma'am.
to the applicant?
Yeah.
What exactly is being built here? Oh, is it a resident right now? And it's a home.
That's it. And we have a Yes.
Your vote is yes. Ms. De La Vega?
We reviewed this one. This second reading?
This is second reading.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. We are up to, well, you're up, I guess. Item 16B, Madam Clerk, please. And then we'll stack these, right? You have a couple more with this?
Correct. City,
Associated. Did somebody say something?
so,
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's read it into the record. Hugo, second, right?
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map of the city of Hialeah Comprehensive Plan pursuant to section 163.3187 Florida Statute Small Scale Development Amendment to change the land use designation from low density residential to commercial for the property located at 652 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Hialeah, currently zoned R1, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, again, this ordinance is on first reading, only open to the presenter, to the lobbyist of this proposed ordinance. So, go ahead, name and address of the record, and the floor is
good
yours, sir.
evening. Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. Representing the property owner, joined by my colleague Joey Vasquez, as well as a representative of ownership. I have one presentation that covers the item that Madam Clerk has already read into the record, 16B, but my presentation also covers 17F and H, which are companion zoning
F and
items.
H, you said? Hugo?
F and H, yes. I
Okay,
will
we'll get
certainly
to that.
not
Yeah.
go through my presentation 3 times. So I
Thank you,
just,
sir.
I think we've
We'll do it.
highlighted it on the presentation, which applies to which, but there are 3 separate items here this evening. I'd like to, I guess, just take an opportunity to address before I get into my comments. It was obviously a little unorthodox. It is first reading. There's no public comment. However, obviously you heard from neighbors that we did hear from and that we've spoken with through council from the moment of planning and zoning on. I want to bring just a couple of points to bear very, very quickly. When we received not only staff's recommendation of approval, which I want to thank for on all 3 items, but when we received in the case of 1 vote, 5-1, in the case of 2 votes, 5-1 recommendations of approval from P&Z, and in the case of a 3rd vote, a unanimous 6-0 vote of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board, we proffered personally a condition that we would remove the trucks from the smaller 5,000 square foot property located at 652 Southeast Fifth Avenue, which is the subject of the land use application, the very narrow question on your first item here, and then also the subject of a rezoning later. We have done that. I mean, I feel like I have to correct the record. I think the gentleman who spoke said that we had not done so. We have photographic evidence to that effect. That is part of our presentation here this evening. And I said to the Planning and Zoning Board, and everybody up here has known me in one capacity or another for many years, that I wouldn't stand up here this evening. And that's the commitment we made at Planning and Zoning, that before we got the first reading, we would not allow there to be any additional parking on that small wedge site. And I'm going to show you that site. That's one issue. The second issue, obviously, is to just take a broader perspective on the property. The very vast majority of this property is already commercially zoned. The rezoning and land use changes for 5,000 square feet of a more than half-acre lot that fronts on Okeechobee. Commercial conditions, the use of trucks, 4 o'clock in the morning or at 7 o'clock at night or at 10 o'clock at night have been and are allowed by your code in C2 and C3, which is what those properties enjoy today and have enjoyed for 30 plus years in the businesses that have operated there. So obviously, undoubtedly to have maintained, although no code enforcement violation had ever been brought on that little small wedge, which I'm sure as people just performed out there didn't even realize. I mean, the zoning code doesn't actually put a line out there, right? I mean, people just, continue to park trucks on this small piece of land that is residentially zoned. And to the comment that somebody made, obviously this proposal, which by the way is a clean, brand new building, and we're going to get into that, would fix all of that situation. But the balance, the great majority of this property can be utilized commercially in accordance with your city's rules and regulations. And in fact, until the very code enforcement violation was read in by the neighbor saying that they had called it in, and the number that they gave, certainly not a planning and zoning where the planner's recommendation says Any code enforcement violations, zero. In fact, you wouldn't be allowed. I've been doing this long enough. You're not allowed, we wouldn't come up if there were pending code enforcement violations. So I bring up those points not to minimize and to in any way take away from our desire to answer questions, work with neighbors, and try and be good neighbors. The first step we took in order to be a good neighbor was to make a commitment at planning and zoning that we would immediately remove trucks from that little area. Will the balance of the property continue to be utilized in accordance with its current zoning of commercial? It will. Will there be trucks and uses for all of those buildings that are on Okeechobee? Of course, Okeechobee is a commercial corridor. What we're proposing, which I'll get into now, is to add that little piece of 5,000 square feet to a brand new development that I think will also help, I believe, address in the long run other concerns, because what we're proposing now is an enclosed self-storage facility with some limited ground floor retail that might have a coffee shop or a storefront, and then going up with self-storage, which we've shown evidence into the record of much lesser use. In fact, your commercial zoning today is a much more intense zoning and what we're proposing to do in that is much less intense than what is operating legally there today, which is businesses, the catering company and all that. So I wanted to just kind of clarify some of those points because it's unorthodox. They obviously spoke during public comment maybe an hour ago, and I didn't want those comments to continue to ring unanswered even as I went through my presentation. So if I could ask to go to the second slide. So here's the property we're talking about. We're going to talk a lot about, or I'm going to point out that little, but it's that little corner at the top right and that little triangle, and there's other graphics that will show that is the subject of the land use and the rezoning to add it to be commercial. It is currently R1. But the balance where you see those buildings, and no one ever claimed that a building was put up in that little wedge, parking was occurring there, which we've now eliminated. But the balance and where all those buildings, all of that is commercially zoned today. Nothing would happen, even if we didn't propose this project. Those businesses could continue to operate there today in accordance with your code legally. So I think that's important. So we're, like I said, it's about an acre, just a tad under an acre, which means that approximately of the, little less than 43,000 square feet total of the property, 5,000 square feet covers the small current residentially zoned lot, and the other 37,000 or so feet are already appropriately zoned commercial. So if we could go to the next slide.
Sorry, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Hugo, so just to understand, the property that is located on Okeechobee, right, like the square, that's all commercial, but the little triangle on the top is residential.
Correct.
Even
And there'll be a slide that will show that in color from your master plan and your zoning code. Right. So requests here today, the small scale land use amendment, that's the first item that you have here before you. You have to change the land use because that one has residential land use for the 5,000 or so odd square feet of that lot. And then the rezoning of that lot to C2, curiously, something that doesn't happen very often, a portion of our property is actually a higher, more intense zoning category. We have C3 on a portion of our property. We're actually down zoning that portion. We don't need the highest, most intense zoning use that your code permits for that parcel. And so we're unifying the entire site with C2 zoning. We have some variances that I'll walk you through and the explanation for them and our justification and our substantial competent evidence for them. And then the alley vacation. And again, you'll see it. And this is a common, I think most of you that have been in the city a long time know that these alleys were created. The alleys are not transit alleys. Our neighbor does not access their property. They obviously come in through the front, they park, they go to their front door. This is at the rear of their property. We are not and cannot by law take away their portion of their alley. They can still access whatever they have through their property. What we're doing is because for the portion where we're on both sides, we're closing it so it can be part of our property because we're on both sides there. And so again, I'll show this shortly in some graphic depictions. Next slide. So here's what we're proposing, which is a self-storage facility, again, ground floor retail. We are not asking for any kind of height variance. Okeechobee actually allows even greater height. Obviously, I think you all are very familiar with the nature of Okeechobee as a commercial corridor and one of the principal corridors of this part of town. And as a commercial corridor, this is, from a height standpoint, absolutely allowed. You can do self-storage. You can do the retail uses that we're proposing. We're not asking for changes that allow us to do any uses that we can't otherwise do. We're changing that little corner and we're getting the project approved. But in terms of What you see on the screen, that is allowed in C2 and C3. So the property, the 90% of the property that already has commercial could have something like this, and it could be configured slightly differently if you wanted to leave out a portion. But we don't think with common ownership, and we don't think with access points that it makes sense. And you'll see what we're proposing long-term for that little small triangle, which is going to be at grade surface parking for people that are going to come and go to the self-storage facility, not the parking of trucks. And we're happy to include a condition that says that you can't have any trucks. One other really important point, and we get to it later, is we committed at the Planning and Zoning Board to limiting the hours of operation for the business. And so this will no longer, there will no longer be 24-hour operations. No longer, the self-storage facility wouldn't have 24 hours. Again, today, that is not in the books. Commercial zoning would allow you to operate there. We made a commitment long-term for the redevelopment of the property that will ultimately not permit a business such as the one that's been there today, a family-owned business for 30 years, that might have to operate at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We made that choice as part of a future redevelopment, but for the time being, certainly they can continue to operate there. So again, we made concessions, and we certainly listened to the concerns of neighbors, and we're able to memorialize that as part of your recommendation of approval that you have from P&Z, and we'll get to that in a minute. But with the building there, I wanted to sort of touch on that point. Next slide. So here's the proposed site plan. So I think what's most important here, black and white site plans are hard to look at. The little top, in this case now, the top corner, that is the triangle that is currently residential. And as you can see, what we're proposing is surface parking, graded, just, in a future development, a parking lot where any one of us might go and park to either utilize the ground floor retail, or, because as most of these self-storage facilities are used, you go a few times a year, you grab Christmas stuff, you drop off things, maybe, you're going to store some extra stuff. A kid comes home from college and you need some space. I mean, these are all true things in my life. So I suspect that they happen to others. The self-storage facility, that's not where there's going to be any kind of truck. That's just going to be a regular parking space where any of us can just go in our regular car or SUV, park, and then walk into the building. So long-term, in terms of the redevelopment of this site, that would be then an area that would just serve as parking, but again, not in support of a commercial operation and not with trucks, but with simply the users of this proposed project. Next slide. So again, we've talked a lot about some of the project just in referring to it, and again, we've the community and the benefits. Look, I mean, anybody who drives up and down Okeechobee, I mean, there's a lot of older inventory, older buildings, and when folks are able to assemble a larger piece of land, it makes sense that they get redeveloped. And you've seen it in other portions of Okeechobee. The alternative, candidly, is to allow what is there, which is legally there for 95% of the property, to operate as whatever it's doing, which, it's operated like that for a long time. And as we go through this process, it may continue to operate for some time. But obviously, new construction, increased ad valorem taxes to the city, jobs, additional opportunities or amenities for the city, and then the ground floor, which when we first proposed it, to be very candid with you, when we first proposed the project, it was just a self-storage facility, and in having conversations with staff, there was a desire to see if we could activate that ground floor a little bit, because that's the kind of thing that neighbors could use, right? I mean, now there's perhaps a place you can walk to grab a cafe or to do, whatever, a little store, whatever might be there. And so we included that, even though that meant we had to test it through traffic, and you have a traffic study that shows that this is acceptable with your city standards, even though we had to test it in all of these fashions, and all of those are, evidence that you have in your record. We did it at, I think the staff's suggestion, Claudia's suggestion, because it made for a better project. And that's how you can bring something new to the area, but also I think provide something for those residents that exist today. We could have stuck with it and just said, we'll just do self-storage, and then there wouldn't be much use for anybody in the neighborhood to go there unless they got a self-storage unit. Our hope is that this is something that in the long term might be a place somebody, like I said, goes to grab a coffee or go to a store that might be there. And that isn't going to be just the twice a year someone goes to self-storage. Hopefully that's something that others use. We included that in our project, in working with your staff. And I think it makes for a better project. Next slide. So here is, I believe, was it Vice President that you wanted to see here's your triangle. So that is the triangle. So all of the red, the balance of the property, everything along frontage, everything with the frontage is already commercial land use and commercial zoning. The yellow portion is a portion we are changing. And again, and you'll see it with the alley item, the portion that's in white there that pertains to both sides, we would just include as part of our project. It does not affect our neighbor to the north as you're looking from here, which their alley, they can continue to access through their property. I mean, that's not, we can't stop that. Your city attorneys and your city wouldn't permit that. So just to be very clear on what this does. And that's the small scale land use amendment, changing it to the commercial land use. Next slide.
Hugo, a question, just, I'm looking at this and I see the square footage on the triangle, the one that's currently residential, and you want to convert it to commercial. Because of the irregular shape of this lot, although it's residential, it's not really conducive to build a house on.
I would imagine if someone wanted to construct a home there with that
Very
shape,
small
I'd be
one.
before you trying to get a handful of variances for a home because triangle lots
Yeah.
are very difficult.
Your
to-
setbacks are just
Yeah,
not
and
there. Right.
that isn't lost on us. And I suspect historically it's why there was common ownership with some of the other sites.
Yep.
And historically it was utilized. Admittedly, candidly, we have found out through this process and we realized when we first made the change, hey, we're going to clean this situation up now. And obviously the more acute problem of trucks being parked there that are a nuisance to our neighbor, we addressed. I mean, we did not here until the night of the Planning and Zoning Board, and we took care of that situation. And I'm going to show you some photographs how we've cleared that area. But to your point, yes, it is not lost on us that it is an irregularly shaped parcel that would likely need to be, done or built out in a way that even if there was a home there, and then, you could put a 2-story home on there, and you might have to because of the shape, which would then perhaps create a different set of issues for a neighbor. Again, completely allowed in your R1 to have a 2-story home, but that could be rather than surface parking, which of course is never going to be intrusive. We are not proposing a residential use. So the fact that our building is 6 stories, no one's living there. No one's looking out. No one's consistently there peering over into neighborhoods. I've been up here with many applications in this city and others where, there's a building that comes up and it's a residential building and it's going to be next to single family homes. And you've, certainly got the privacy concerns, but this is a commercial use with security. And again, that's going to be shut down and not open in the overnight hours. So a very different condition than what could even exist there today. So that's the land use. And that's the 16B item that you have on first reading today on the top right-hand corner, which is to change it to the commercial land use. Next slide. The rezoning companion, I'm not going to belabor this point. If you change the land use, then you've got to change the zoning to something commercial. We would change it to C2. We note, however, that the corner parcel, that's the one I said, it's very unorthodox, very unique. In my career, doing this for a few minutes and a little bit of gray hair, I don't recall down zoning a property, right? Like willingly as an owner. I mean, if this, wasn't being developed this way, that corner parcel as C3 could have an even more intense use. But because what we are proposing is allowed in C2, we are proactively taking and requesting that the city bring down the zoning on that little area that says C3 to the C2 that its neighbors enjoy. So, I mean, in the long run, one could argue that that little portion is also being brought down in intensity because we didn't really need it. Again, not something that's commonly asked for. Obviously, the rezoning of the R1 to C2 so that it's all combined is the part we need more for our project, but we went ahead at staff's request and unified the zoning or made a request that we would unify zoning at C2. That is item 17F. That is the first reading of your rezoning application.
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
Hugo, we, our planning and zoning asked for it to be C2 or the
No.
applicant?
We made that commitment even before we ever got to planning and zoning.
Why would anybody go down? I'm just curious.
Because we didn't need it for the project we're proposing, which begs the question that if someday we don't build this project, this owner could say, oh, I had more zoning on the corner and I gave it up. But we believe in our project, and if we can get our project approved, I mean, this is a reputable and serious business owner that plans to move forward with this project. So it is not typical. It was not asked for by P&Z, but it was in conversations with staff that we made the decision to bring it down to C2. It's an unnecessary change in some respects. I mean, if for whatever reason the C3 portion remains C3, we would still be able to develop the project we're proposing. But it just that way the map was unified.
Is there something that you can't do in C3 that you could in C2?
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly more intense uses. And I think, in fact, my slide, right, Joey?
That you can't do in 3?
Yeah, we have the C2 uses. There are C3 uses that are more intense. I could probably create like a little chart for you to give you that for second reading. I didn't look at it that way. I looked at it more in the other direction, but I'd be happy to sort of clarify for you what some of those more intense uses. But suffice it to say, you all up there have been doing this long enough to know that sequentially C1, C2, and then C3 goes on intensity, the least intense, the kind of middle intensity, and then C3 is your most intense commercial zoning category in which a lot of uses are permitted.
Thank you.
Next slide. So that's 17F. I think I made that point. Part of 17F is also some requests related to our site plan. So let me get into those, and I do want to just speak clearly on them. So self-storage, and I've worked on, I don't know, 8 or 10 in different jurisdictions over the last, 10 or 15 years when the self-storage has kind of popped up a little bit more. I don't remember them as a kid. It wasn't a thing. Maybe there was one somewhere. But we all have seen them, and even your city obviously has a number of self-storage. They generate a lot less parking needs. And so your code is static, right? It just says, you've got a building, X square footage, give me this much parking. It's a big building. It's 116,000 square feet. That makes sense that we would be required to have a substantial amount of additional parking. We are required by code to have 68 spaces. We are providing 51 on site and 6 that are on-street parking spaces, which we're not counting. Our variance request is to go from 51 to 68, but there will also be 6 street parking spaces. You may say, well, how do you justify this variance? What is the evidence that says, hey, they're not going to be short in parking? So what we did with the city, and we'd employed in other places, and I think the city has done, is we went and did not a conceptual traffic or parking analysis based on crunching numbers, but we went to a location and we hired a company to go to a location to measure the number of cars that go to a comparably sized unit just outside the city limits, but not very far, a couple of miles away from here, that the city agreed with the company that was hired to do so was complimentary, right? Like, this is something that is going to be similar to what we're proposing for. And that study and that evaluation in real human beings showing up and parking and a person there with a clicker, not just crunching numbers on a spreadsheet, which I don't mean to denigrate anybody who works with spreadsheets, but I think we can all sort of understand that sometimes the numbers on a paper aren't the same as what you view. Those consultants went out there and confirmed that the demand is only 45 spaces, that in fact, what we were proposing exceeded the demand that they showed when they went out there and tested that particular location and said, okay, we're seeing what we know intuitively, which is that, again, the vast majority of a building being self-storage, you're not going to have at any point. And in fact, we were told that at no point were there more than 10 to 12 cars ever at that particular self-storage facility. And again, common practice and what we've all done, and I'm sure if you've been to a self-storage facility, it's not the kind of place that's usually overrun. It's not a daily occurrence or a daily location. So again, the evidence we presented to justify that variance has been submitted to the city, has been reviewed by the city's team and professionals, and we would not, I am confident, enjoy a recommendation of approval from Claudia and her team this evening if we had not shown to their satisfaction that this was something that could be justified. The code is there to provide relief in those instances in which it can be justified, and we believe that it can. Landscape buffer variance, this is not, let me take off the table. We are not reducing any variance or any landscaping adjacent on the buffer or on the property line that meets our neighbor. So the neighbor, what we're doing is, if I could actually go back to one of the previous slides, we're doing it along Southeast 5th. So right there, you can see it. What we're doing is in the famous triangle, the right line. I was terrible at geometry. Whatever that right line is called, the one that fronts Southeast 5th. In order to provide for our parking, we got rid of the parking. The landscaping buffer there, which is 7 feet. But on the north side, which is the side that we share with our neighbor, we have the full 7 feet. We have our landscaping. We are not asking for any relief. The relief is solely so that we could actually do some parking up against the street and not lose 7 feet of landscaping to a street, which, you know, is typically less necessary visually even from, we would readily admit, and we would not have gotten this far because I would have told our client, we're not going to remove a buffer and we're not going to remove landscaping next to a single family home. And we are not doing that. That request doesn't do that. So it's simply for that little portion that fronts the street. Next, let's go back to the slide. Perfect. And then the loading space variance. And this speaks a lot to, again, because of a commercial building and the size, you would typically think if this was a regular business with 116,000 square feet, that you're going to need a lot of trucks and that you're going to have 18-wheelers and that you're going to have all of that coming in. So there's 3 big commercial loading truck areas that have to be provided for a building of this size. Again, our evidence that we submitted in connection with the parking variance and our practice, and again, staff's recommendation of approval, showed that the very, very, very vast majority of people going to a self-storage facility are not showing up in some huge truck. The very vast majority of people are showing up in their automobiles or SUVs and bringing stuff in and out. We are still providing one loading dock, but we're not providing the full complement of what's needed. So if somebody does come in with a U-Haul or something like that, there will be a place for them. But of course, if they're coming in with a regular car, they can just park in a parking space. And we've seen it all, right? They have like the little rolling carts and you put your stuff and, you know, same model and same situation. Next slide. That was 17F, by the way. I think I went through all of your items. Parking and traffic, again, we went through this as I explained it. Self-storage means less traffic. The impacts, all of this is in your substantial competent evidence. The 45 spaces that we showed at a complementary location versus what's needed or what we're providing here and versus the code. And that's what generates our variance request. And also, you know, just sort of some of the numbers behind all of that. All of that is contained in this slide. Next. So here are some of the other permitted uses in C2. And again, the vast majority of the existing commercial property C2, there would be even more intense uses. But if we weren't trying to change the little triangle and we weren't proposing this self-storage facility and they just wanted to redevelop, tear it down and just redevelop on the same footprint, forget about adding or, you know, any other portion. Those are all the uses, many of which I heard you to look would be far more intense than a self-storage facility. From hospitals to hotels and motels, the city has tried long and hard to get rid of that on the Okeechobee corridor. But part of the reason why they're on Okeechobee is because that's allowed in this zoning category. You know, banquet halls and you know, hardware stores and
Is this mislabeled? Should this be under C3?
No, this is correctly labeled as C2. I think the explanation here is that our use ultimately as proposed is less intense than many other uses that can be done in C2 and of course also in C3. To the Vice President's question, there would be and can be another chart that I'll prepare and give you, well, if you didn't do anything with the corner piece, that little piece could also have these C3 uses. This is just C2. That's what we, again, this is just more as a comparison point. And I think you all see this when you sit up there. When you are evaluating a redevelopment, it is not only appropriate, I think, to look at what's being proposed, but also what could be there today and what exists today. Those are almost like 3 different buckets that you choose from. What exists today, what could happen if you just redeveloped in accordance with what's there today, and that's what this one addresses. And then obviously our proposal requires the changes that we've proposed, which we believe in the long run will actually be more complementary to the neighbors. We really do believe that because of the commitments we've made and because of the nature of the use and because you get rid of it being a, you know, whatever C2 and C3 might allow, repair shops and all of these things, which again can legally continue to operate there if we don't do this. And not lost on anyone is the potential for Live Local, which hovers over everyone on any commercial site. A nearly 1 acre site on Okeechobee could be ripe for something like that. It's not what this owner wishes to do, but it is a good point that is would also be permissible.
Does C3 allow all of this?
Yes. All your C3 incorporates all your C1 and C2. You add, you don't yet. Right. Next slide. The alley vacation. We talked about this, and again, I hit on this point. To the extent that it's we're on both sides, we're seeking to incorporate it and close it. We are not and cannot by law, and your city would not allow us to, and your city attorneys wouldn't permit us to close out or not let them access their own alley from their backyard. But yes, I mean, our portion can be closed. And that's why, again, we have no objections. We have conditions in accordance with that because you've got to relocate any utilities that might exist. We have not uncovered, I believe we've uncovered one, but the conditions are you got to relocate if there's any FP&L or Comcast lines and the like. We make that commitment. Your city has closed a lot of alleys over the years. And that commitment is always, or that requirement is always made of your owners that are seeking to take their portion, or in this case, both sides of the alley, because they're on both sides of the street. Next slide, and that's 17H. So staff recommendations, again, we enjoy staff's recommendation and the Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation of approval on every item that you have here before you this evening. And we heard the concerns, and again, we most acutely addressed the issue of parking trucks in that area immediately and before we stood here today. Next slide. Here's the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And again, you know, kind of in smaller type, all of the conditions, rezoning, variance conditions. And I think the pertinent one there, again, was that we would, prior to showing up here this evening, we would not have any trucks parking in that little wedge, which is the property closest to our neighbor. Next slide. And this is the area now with no trucks. And so again, I started with it because it was fresher in my mind when I started speaking, you know, a little while ago, and I apologize, but obviously, you know, we've got opposition and we have to be very clear and establish our record. That is, those pictures were taken August 25th, which I think is today. So they were taken earlier today. So we are not, we've removed the trucks. It is now clean and vacant. The pictures that were introduced into the record at Planning and Zoning undoubtedly had trucks. When it came to our attention, we addressed that. My client agreed with our condition. Previous slide had also had those hours of operation conditions, which again, we were happy to include, which in the long run means that this location, if this development is approved, will go from a place that can and probably will continue to have 24-hour operations on everything that fronts Okeechobee to something that will be closed overnight for the self-storage and any of the stores or restaurants. And there will be a period of time every night where a neighbor can enjoy more peace and quiet than candidly they can today, because the commercial zoning permits much more. Those are the photographs. Next slide. Again, you know, particularly when we know, and we were of course aware from Planning and Zoning and then from the comments during the initial part of the meeting, that there were these concerns. We have reached out to the owners. Those of you that know me know that we don't try not to. You know, the owners have, through their representatives, to be fair, not necessarily the gentleman and the owner here this evening, but through their representatives, have chosen to sort of address us or deal with us sort of emails. Earlier this evening, I think he's still here. I was approached by someone who does what I do for a living, who says, oh, I've been hired to oppose your project from a zoning standpoint. I suspect you'll hear from him at second reading. Meanwhile, we sent an email the next day saying, why don't we go out and meet out there on the site and talk about what these conditions are? And we were, and I will be very candid, told it's too hot. We really don't want to meet there. Okay, well, let's meet somewhere else. But it was clear that they want to just pick at what may have been done incorrectly rather than address the project that's coming. I like to focus on how can we be good neighbors now and in the future as we propose a project. And quite candidly, we were stymied in our efforts to meet. And I don't say that very often, but I think it's important for all of you to hear that, because you know me and you know that I would have made that commitment at Planning and Zoning. And we have the evidence where we sent an email and we're told, now we'll keep dealing with this. And the way to deal with it is they now have 2 lawyers involved in this rather than working and talking to us. You know, that's fine. I'm a lawyer too. We'll continue to have discussions, and I'm not closing the door on those, but we also try and be good neighbors, and that's what we're trying to do. So hopefully after this evening, we'll have an opportunity, and I have some faith that the zoning attorney that's been brought on board, more knowledgeable about the process that we're going through, a zoning process, you know, will help me sit down and maybe address any additional concerns and see if there's anything else that we can do. We remain committed to that, and I want you all to hear that. So happy to answer any questions you have. I appreciate you for your generosity and time this evening, and I look forward to your questions tonight and to second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Hugo, walk me through how, okay, just so I know, what is existing there? Not on 652, because 652 is a triangle. I know that's a vacant lot.
And you saw the pictures now that it's
I
vacant.
saw the right.
A series of
Seen pictures of it with the truck.
Yeah, I mean, a series of one story. I mean,
But-
I don't think we actually focused, but it's a series of one story
But-
commercial uses that front, but are accessed from the back that front Okeechobee.
The building in front of the triangle, what is there now?
A building with, among other things, the gentleman you heard from one of our tenants that operates the catering company and other businesses that operate legally under your current zoning.
Okay, so there's smaller businesses
Yes,
there.
yes,
And
yes.
then your applicant purchased that land?
Correct. Finished purchasing the last piece in 2024 so that they could create enough to propose a new project. And it was sometime last year that they came to see us, and then we started working through this. But yes, it is now owned by the same owner, but there are numerous tenants utilizing the different, areas.
I see there's a restaurant, but I don't know what's next to it. Well, how many floors does that have right now?
I think everything is one story, right? Yeah,
It's just
one
one
story.
story.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think any of them have a second story.
Okay, that was my question as to what was there now.
Think.
Anyone else? We're still, before we move on to the connected items, remember, we're still on 16B, the land use
If I may,
for
through the
this
chair,
project. Yes, ma'am.
I know that we saw the map that had some of the parking and you shared that it's 45 recommended spaces with 6 on the street parking, right?
The 45 number, if I'm not mistaken, is the number we generated from our study of yeah,
Correct.
we are right.
So it would be 45, it would be 39 then and 6 on the street?
No,
Or
we're
it's-
providing 51. So the study reflected that
45.
45.
Okay.
We are providing 51 plus the 6 on the street.
Got it.
We can't ask for a variance because we can't count the street parking, but it's also going to be the street parking next to our business, and we all know that people who tend to
So-
park there are going to be the people going.
So that street parking is
Going to be open to the
is
city.
the one that's in the triangle that's facing this?
No. This is the street parking along Fifth.
No, the parking, the 45 the 51 that you're gonna do is on that triangle that's adjacent
No,
to the
there's
resident.
only 9 spaces there. 9 of the 51 are there. If we can pull up on one of the earlier slides, we have our
Orange
site
lot
plan.
then, the one that you turned into a
Correct.
C2.
The
will
buildings
be-
go down that exist on if the slide, I think.
So the spaces will be on that corner lip, on the corner.
They'll be throughout the site. Let me show you the site plan. So back 3 or 4, I have it here.
Currently, there's a storage unit that's there on Okeechobee that has it all on the first floor and the building's kind of lifted above it.
So
Hugo,
I'm sorry.
is the parking below the building and the
Um,
building's raised up?
There is covered parking, yes, but if you go to slide 5,
Because I know that there's one like that
Yeah.
right now on Okeechobee.
yeah. So right there. So the vast majority, I don't have a clicker, but the triangle
Can
has
you go back to the other photo? I'm sorry, the colorful one? That one, okay. So
Yeah,
then,
this is
this is the retail on the first floor,
Correct.
right? And then the parking's on the back side of that
correct. Yeah, you
property?
can't see the parking from here. We could certainly try and show you. This is the bird's eye view. As you can see, the building is like sort of that white area in the bottom, and then you've got the parking that's out over all the way around. So you see there's only 9 spaces in the triangle. All those other, what you see as little parking spaces is how we get to 51.
So there's 9 in the triangle and the remainder are out on the street?
No. It's, I can't, they're all
On
here.
Southeast Fifth Avenue?
They're all in here,
Underneath,
inside our property, correct?
and that's covered.
Yes. Not all of it, but yes, a portion of it.
And it's how many floors? 6?
6 total, which again, your code allows you to go, I believe it's to 8 stories, but we're not.
But the first floor is retail.
And the first floor is retail. Yeah. But yes, no, the parking on the triangle is just those 9 spaces that you see. If you look at that top part, that's the triangle. There's 6 and 3. Those are the 9 spaces that would be there. So there'd be no building there. There'd be nothing else there.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, Hugo, is there, I know right now there's a 9 parking spots in that triangle. And that's really the one that concerns me because it's the one that affects the residents. Because it's not only the residents at 652, right? It's also the residents in the front, because you have 2 residents in the front. But is there plans to build something there?
In the triangle?
Yeah.
No. I mean, again, even to the point that I think the council president made, I mean, it's a unique little
You
situation.
can't build a house, but
No.
Developers can get creative.
Not I mean, on a 5,000 square foot lot, it would be very, very difficult, Madam Vice President. I mean, I mean, when you, particularly something commercial, when you do the setbacks, I mean, you'd have to put up a shed, but we're not proposing to do anything like that.
Okay, so there we are asking for a variance for the landscaping.
The landscaping variance is just simply, so you see the 3 spaces that are here. So the 3 spaces, I wish I had like a clicker, but like the 3 spaces that front, south, east, fifth, you see how there's 3 grade spaces in the triangle. Let's keep our eye on the triangle. So there's 6 spaces that abut sort of to the top.
Yeah,
And then there's 3. Those 3 don't have the 7-foot landscaping paper boundary that is needed. Buffer, sorry, that's the word I was coming. The 7-foot landscape buffer that is required. We push them up closer to, still within our property, but so we don't admittedly have additional landscape and a buffer to the sidewalk and the street, but we do have it to our neighbor.
So there's no landscaping after the parking and before the sidewalk.
For those 3 spaces to the sidewalk and the street, but not to the house. Yes, I mean, there'll be a fence. I mean, it's separated. I mean,
What kind of fence?
I knew you were going to ask that. I think it's masonry at that level, but I'll check. Yeah, masonry at that level. So
What kind?
masonry, a brick,
Oh.
solid, not chain link, not wood,
Right.
but brick, masonry. Yeah. Yeah. So you're, behind a masonry wall, cars will be 7 feet closer than they would have been if there had been some landscaping there. But again, at most, someone walking a little stretch on a sidewalk, that's not consistently next to someone's house. I would not have gotten this far without insisting that we do have our landscape buffer and all of our landscaping abutting our clients, our neighbor's property.
Sorry, another question that I have, I know in the code, right? Or the declaration of restriction,
Correct.
they're asking, so no commercial truck or equipment
Correct.
in that property.
In all of it.
In the
We're-
triangle.
I mean, we're not going to store commercial trucks or equipment on site. It's not going to be one of those places that you could rent you can't rent like a space and keep your boat. I mean, and this exists in self-storage facilities, or rent a space and keep your work truck. None of that will be allowed. You cannot have any overnight commercial truck parking. We took all of that off the table. Again, all of that is allowed currently in commercial zoning, and you could do all of that, will not be allowed moving forward. That commitment, and then the hours of operation commitment, which I'm going from memory because I have it in a different slide, but I believe we said 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock for the self-storage facility until 6 a.m. I think that's right. 6 to 12, sorry, midnight to 6 a.m. So again, you heard and can appreciate that there's work going on, or today, legally, putting aside the triangle, legally on the part that's commercial, trucks can be coming in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. There's a business and a family that's been running a business there. This is a new project, and this would not have that. And there would be a period of time, in addition to the fact that it would no longer be the kind of location that's going to have a bunch of trucks coming, because it's self-storage and maybe a cafeteria and a store. Not generally going to be where people bring. But the declaration of restrictions has the additional restriction that we will not have any overnight parking, any work trucks, anything like that, which is, again, because of the experience I have, sometimes the locations will allow people to rent the space. None of that can happen.
And the last question is, what will be placed between the other 6 parking spots that will face the neighbors?
Landscaping, there's a buffer, so there's 7 feet, and then there's landscaping. And I certainly could bring you, I mean, your landscaping plans are part of your package. And of course, on the same masonry wall. Yeah.
6 feet, 8 feet?
7. Yeah. A 7-foot wall with landscaping would go there.
Is there any way we can make that fence higher?
I
Can
think
we-
it's a question of the code. We'd probably have to ask for a variance. I don't think we have. Yeah, I think Mr. Resio is going to check the code.
Okay.
I believe we're at code limit. If we're not, we'll go up to whatever code permits. We'd be hard pressed to agree to a condition that exceeds your code without a variance, but
Some of them codes were made because of safety. It's very hard to scale a wall in a building that might be on fire when it's over 6 feet, 7 feet. They originally did those,
Right. Okay.
for easy access to the police and fire and things like that.
If I may, through the chair, Claudia, if I could ask you something. There is a massive center for this exact self-storage on Okeechobee. How close is it to this project, to this proposed project?
Let me double check and I will get back to you. But currently we have two other self-storage facilities.
We have on Okeechobee, we have two other ones. This would be the third.
This will be the third.
I don't know if this is a little bit too much of an exaggeration of having these self-storage on this road, because they're very tall, massive projects as well. I mean, is there that much of a need for this kind of project?
If the
To
market,
have now a third one on the same main road? Is that all that we're attracting there on Okeechobee, these self-storages? We can't get more creative?
if the
I don't
market,
know.
if the market requires, that is what is currently in the code. And the market is basically, making their numbers for these type of uses.
I mean, I don't know. To have a third one on Okeechobee, I think it's a little bit excessive. That's just what I think. And it's 8 floors.
It's 6.
6. Well, it seems massive in the photo that you
Yeah,
shared.
no.
Um,
Yeah, I mean,
and it's just
Councilwoman,
an
I mean, on
exaggeration
need.
to have a third one on Okeechobee. It's just,
Yeah,
we can-
you have a big
to me,
city.
it's like it's a lack of creativity. This is our main road here in the city, and we keep on approving these excessive things back to back. You go a quarter of a block and there's another huge, I don't know.
Yeah. No, and look, and I appreciate it in a lot of,
I'm
you know,
just
a
being
different-
honest.
No, and I
My
appreciate,
taste. I just have different standards, I guess.
I appreciate that. You heard one of the complementary uses that are being put on a lot of corridors like this is you get residential, you get live local projects. And so, because I think there is a recognition that a principal corridor, might enjoy some different kind of uses. I can speak to the need, clients, property owners who spend a lot of money to purchase property, hire all sorts of professionals to go through this, don't get projects approved unless they feel that there's a financial need. It's not for your city. I mean, Claudia and the city doesn't ever evaluate and say like, do we need this, particular type of use? They look at the code and say, is this permitted? And that's, my client wouldn't move forward with this, but I hear you. And perhaps longer thinking, there's other things that city can do, but it is, believe it or not, fairly narrow and it's on Okeechobee. So it's also not the kind of place that you're going to get big retail because you'd have a very difficult time getting in and out. So actually that's where the lower traffic use is very beneficial and ultimately more beneficial than someone trying to be more creative, but maybe bringing in a more intense use. You might get a slightly lesser building, but it'll be far more traffic. Those are the balancing things your planners do. This is the project before you because this is what my client as a property owner believes that they can make work. And again, they wouldn't go through all of this to be like, forget it. There's no need for this. They're doing this because they believe that there's a need.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what we have to look at. What we have to look here in front of us is what could be built right now? What is it that you are proffering to build? We want a motel, we want a multifamily. We want something, to me, the extent of what you're representing here for your client is the least intense of use of what right now could be built here. There was a lot of issues in the history in the past about motels. Motels were built here because this was the corridor of all the truckers that brought everybody here and it was commercial and all these things could happen. But you're coming down with, the development coming to C3 to C2, what you're offering is a property where the intent of the use is really minimum compared to what it could be. And with all due respect, and it's a business study and laissez-faire, hands off of the government, Milton Friedman is, government has nothing to say. What kind of business should be here, there, or whatever? It's a private sector. And tomorrow the private sector will determine what it's going to be. That we just regulate the safety, we regulate the intent of the use or whatever. We have nothing to say. If the use that you can have right now, it's a motel. It's a multifamily, which the intent of the use is going to be a lot more, including a motel and dangerous for the residents. For me, even to think that there's 2 over there, 2 other, properties like that, we don't need any more. Well, the private sector determines that. Government should not. Government knows nothing, and everything that government does basically interferes with the potential of the economic boundaries of whatever it is that we can do in the private sector and the jobs and whatever we create. There's nothing government can do better than the private sector. Not in the beginning capitalism, not in the middle, not even today. The use that you are proffering here right now is the least intensive use that could possibly be in that property in Okeechobee Road. And for that, I motion to approve.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So just to address, I agree with some of what you say, Councilman Gonzalez. However, I believe that there should be hands off, but there shouldn't be throwing the papers up in the air and just make decisions that we have no kind of urban planning, no districts, no respect for certain corridors, no quality of life to bring to our residents in certain areas. If you're raising a family here, you don't want to have an excessive amount of one item because then you're going to have to travel outside your city for other ventures, whether it's restaurants, whether it's hospitals, whether it's parks. You need to plan appropriately and have a balanced natured zoning throughout your city. And that's part of planning and having urban planning. And I believe that Doral has done a really good job of that in doing those districts. And that's all I'm proposing. I agree. I think that government shouldn't have such a stronghold. And I believe the private sector should have a say in what happens. But you hear these complaints. You hear it throughout the city, whether it's we have too many medical clinics and the vans are parking in the parking lots and they take over the shopping centers. So it's a main road, and those main roads, we could get creative. It doesn't have to be a motel. It could be many other things that we see in other cities, but it requires creativity. That's all I'm
Right.
saying.
And I would say, I mean, to echo both thoughts, I mean, I think if the code evolves, and I know Claudia is looking at different ideas and prospects down the road, if the code evolves and has other concepts, and I'm very familiar with Doral and do a lot of work there. Yeah, I mean, I think when those things are in place at some point, but I think to the councilman's point, what's in place today, and the only thing I would add is not only is this a less intense use that we're proposing, what is there today will remain there until this is developed. And that is certainly a lot more intense. And that is really what our neighbor, putting aside the triangle, which we won't park in, and address that issue, and that code enforcement violation honestly is going to go away because they're going to go out there and they're going to take a look at it and say like, okay, you're not doing this anymore. Putting that aside, the trucks beeping at 4 o'clock in the morning, the use of the commercial, all of that area, that all legally remains today. That's an additional counterpoint. Not just could it be something else? Is this the less intense thing it can be? But that third bucket I spoke about, what is it that would remain there that frankly is, I think, a lot of what this neighbor is understandably complaining about? A truck at 4 a.m. Our commitment, you won't be hearing anything at 4 a.m. This doesn't move forward. We decided this wasn't worthwhile, or the city decides not to approve this. Those businesses will remain there. I don't mean that as a threat. It's just that's a reality. They've been there for 30 years. They're not going to go anywhere. We're going to continue to lease out to the gentleman who has a catering company, and that truck will have to get to the airport by 5, and they're going to make noise at 4 o'clock in the morning. Your code allows all of that today. We're taking so many of those things off the table. I hear your thought. I look forward to working with Claudia, with you on districts. We do it in other jurisdictions, and your city has done it in other places on 25th Street and the like. So it's not like your city's not familiar with it. Okie might require a good look that way, but what you have before you today here, I am confident in the long run is going to be less noisy and less impactful from a traffic standpoint than what exists today. And I urge you to keep that in the back of your minds, or maybe the front of your minds, as you make a decision this evening and in 2 weeks.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that, Councilmember Gonzalez, I do agree with you on some items, but the beauty of this government, right, is that we can agree to disagree, and we're up here respectfully to have conversations, and it's okay if we disagree, right? I will say, I think since day one that I've been here, I've always kind of expressed to anybody who comes up here is that I would love to see less high rises, right? I don't want to take away from residential. So it hurts to change, an R1 to a commercial. But in the space that there is there now, we can't say that that is the least, right? Because there's a restaurant there now, there's a business there now. And I think the community around there can benefit from restaurants, can benefit from retail. I think they would benefit more from that than they would from a storage area that there is already others in place. But again, I'm one of seven. And that is, again, the beauty of having seven of us up here to discuss that. But I would have to say that I disagree with this project. I feel for the resident and I don't want to continue to encroach into the residential area. The space that's there now, I mean, it's already commercial, right? It's continuing to encroach on it, but ideally, I would have liked a less aggressive project, more commercial, retail, restaurants, something that the
I hear what
resident
you're
can
s-
benefit from.
Madam Vice President, I hear what you're saying. I can also tell you unequivocally that every one of those uses you just uttered are far more intense from a traffic standpoint.
Well,
So I get that.
The traffic doesn't, Okeechobee is a traffic site, right? But when you have restaurants, that's something.
That everybody can enjoy, of
we can
course. I
enjoy.
appreciate
To
it.
leave Hialeah, so many people leave Hialeah for restaurants and entertainment and stuff, and I would love to just keep
Yeah,
that
and I
here.
appreciate that. When your team tests infrastructure and tests impacts, they do look at those things. And in fact, pretty much all of the ones you mentioned, from retail to restaurants, have far more intense impacts. And so, again, it's possible the neighbors might enjoy them more, but they would certainly have more traffic. And that might be a trade-off that people would be willing to make versus less traffic in a taller building. And that's a fair way to look at this among other ways for sure. But I just think it's important to note it's not apples to apples necessarily when it comes to impacts. There are changes in impacts, but I appreciate your comments. We'll certainly take them into consideration.
Second.
Who do we have a first from?
Gonzalez.
Oh, we had, okay, thank you.
How's your bedtime?
Yeah.
Take the vote.
First from Councilman Luis Gonzalez, second from
Rodriguez.
Luis Rodriguez. Okay, let's take the vote. I'm still thinking about all these three things. Go ahead, call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
No.
Ms. M. Perez,
No.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
With the permission of my colleagues, let's go to the associated, let's jump to the associated items in zoning, which would be 17F. Would you like to read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning properties from C3 Extended Liberal Commercial District to C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District for the properties located at 489, 491, 493, and 499 East Okeechobee Road, Hialeah. And from R1 One Family District to C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District for the property located at 652 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Hialeah, and granting variances to allow 51 parking spaces where 68 parking spaces are required, 1 loading parking space where 3 loading parking spaces are required, and 0-foot landscape buffer adjacent to 3 proposed parking spaces where a minimum 7-foot landscape buffer is required. All contra to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-2189, 98-2202, and the City of Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2026, Section D, for the properties located at 455, 475 East Okeechobee Road, Hialeah, and folio numbers 04312000051280 and 04312000051290. Currently zoned as C2, 489, 491, 493, and 499 East Okeechobee Road, Hialeah, concurrently zoned C3 and 652 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Hialeah, concurrently zoned R1, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. 17F is on first reading. Not open to public discussion, but if anybody has any more questions or pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Second.
Second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yeah.
Ms. De La Vega, Ms. M. Perez,
No.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
Thank you. Item 17H, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance approving the closure, vacation, and abandonment of the existing 12-foot alley located in East Hialeah to the west of Southeast Fifth Avenue, extending northwesterly approximately 193.30 feet between lots 18 through 25, Block 7 of the East Hialeah Plat and Track 7 of the revised plat of Block 7 of the subdivision of East Hialeah containing approximately 2,053.78 square feet as depicted on the plan attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A and legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
17H is on first reading. And any questions or pleasure of the council?
Motion.
Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Second. Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez? Ms. De La Vega? Ms. M. Perez?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
Thank you all. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say something about the comments that were going back and forth. I think that it's just my opinion. It's a valid point. Many cities do create an urban map, a master plan, right? But we have to be careful in situations like this. What we can do in the future is, which we've done before, Claudia hasn't been here that long, but we have areas in the city, for example, around us, we can't open another car wash. There are certain businesses they don't want anymore in certain areas. When they envisioned the downtown, they didn't want, Palm Avenue to be full of car washes and everything. We could certainly create an overlay district, Claudia, right? In something like this, like what the discussion that was had, that there's too many businesses of this, there's too many businesses of that, and it's a valid point. But if we wanted to really create a situation where we take an area, let's say it's Okeechobee Road, and say no more of these storage, no more of this, we would have to beforehand create like an overlay district or another area which would say, this is, if you want to do a change of use, of zoning or something, this is all you can have. It will no longer be this type of business. The confusion is we get caught up with that decision where we look at a business that's abundant and then we say, well, I don't like it there. But that's where the problem is, because we have to be careful telling people how they can invest their money and what they can build there if it's legal to build. They weren't asking for anything that was unusual. What he's asking for in this case was a variance in parking and a buffer and things like that. It wasn't converting like the triangle. So this is something that there's nothing in our books that say they can't do it. And we have to be careful with that, but we certainly can consider in the future, which is a wonderful idea to have, right, certain urban planning, which will say, and we did that years ago where Okeechobee couldn't have tall buildings. And then the city
have
said,
done
we
it.
want to develop the Okeechobee in downtown. We allowed to, so we can do that in different zones, right?
So during the master plan, one of the
Yeah.
items that it was evaluated, it was the Okeechobee Road. And what we did with the current regulations that we have and frameworks that we have is we expanded the neighborhood business district that allows for mixed use, allowed for residential to be in certain segments of Okeechobee Road. However, we need to be very careful with, the state statutes that we have and property rights that we have and the uses that we currently have in the code. Whenever you're taking away those type of uses, we need to go into, Bear Harris and other type of statutes where we need to be mindful. That's why whenever we get into these applications, we can negotiate. For example, in that corner in C3, the main difference is in that side corner, you could have potentially a gas station operating 24 hours a day with cars coming in and out, trucks, etc., because it will depend on the kind of gas station that is over there. It doesn't have to be restricted to just to cars. It can be trucks, it can be et cetera. So at the moment that we have those type of applications and we can see, and the applicant is willing to say, can you lower down so we can be uniform with your zoning? That is the opportunities that we have. The users also in the residentials, a lot of comments that we have been receiving is whenever we have residential, you have balconies, you have windows looking into somebody else's backyards. So those are the conditions that we take advantage whenever we're dealing with this application. Yes, probably I would love to see something more active in those corridors. But as I mentioned, truly, that is the market that many times is forcing it's occurring in those corridors. Or in those properties, not just corridors.
We'd have to create an ordinance like that, like we have with pawn shops and things like
Right.
that. Like we limit them, right? But since we don't have it for this, that's what it is. We have to be careful and it's their money. It's their, yes, and we do have that freedom, that right to deny it, but we have to be careful. If we don't want it there, we have to create an ordinance prohibiting certain businesses in certain areas if we really, if we really feel that there's too many of them. And I agree, there's a lot of too many businesses. We do have too many check cashing, too many clinics, too many pawn shops, too many, and it looks kind of, it's kind of a depressed city. It makes things look, we do, but we would have to create things prohibiting them in certain areas or allowing them only in certain areas. This is the tricky thing about this. And I know it's a challenge for us because we'd love to see something else there. I'd love to see something else there, but we just, it's allowed and if we don't like it, it's a tough one because now we don't want to get into how people should spend their money, whether we need it or not. I hope the guy did his studies because there's going to be a lot of money invested in this. And I hope he was right about it. We never know. But
If I may, through the chair.
Thank you. Yes.
I think that's an excellent point, Councilman. And you're right, we have it for the pawn shops, we have it for the gun shops.
Yeah.
We have it for the vapes,
Yeah.
the vape stores. I'm not really aware what other business has this imposed in the ordinance, but I would be interested in kind of getting a review on that. If you have any other businesses that are included in these restrictions of radius of being near one another, I would love to get a study on that. And I know that this is something we've discussed in the past. When we did the Hialeah 2050 plan,
That's right.
we asked, what are the excessive business tax licenses? Because we were talking about the clinics. We were talking about the envíos a Cuba that are in
Yeah.
literally every single shopping center, sometimes two in a shopping center. So, and it's excessive. It's
Yeah.
excessive. So if we could get some kind of information on that.
Yes, ma'am.
I
What
think that'd
businesses
be
have
great.
restrictions, right?
What business have restrictions?
Distance and yeah, okay.
Through the chair, I want to say that I love that idea and I think that's a great idea. Are we able to do what we recently did with the boats, the discussion? Are we able to do a workshop and
Actually,
speak about that?
that'll come up in the ad hoc
Today,
committee. right?
y'all passed an ordinance having to do with the
Ad
ad
hoc.
hoc legislative committee. So now that it's been, once the mayor signs, obviously the ordinance, then it will go into effect. And I don't know when the first meeting will be scheduled, but that's something that could definitely be discussed during those sessions.
Okay, perfect.
Because that's where we'll discuss any ordinance changes and zoning ordinances too can be discussed there. Absolutely.
Love it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So we're back to
17A.
17A, right? Is
Yes.
that what you said?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we ready?
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-161, to allow an outdoor storage area for bulk materials and equipment, and granting variances to allow the proposed outdoor storage area to be enclosed by a 12-foot high tubular steel fence, where an 8-foot high masonry wall is required, 1,552 parking spaces, where 1,611 parking spaces are required. Contrary to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-1371 and section 98-2189 for the property located at 1650 West 37th Street, Hialeah, Zone M1 Industrial District, legally described herein, providing for conditions, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
One moment. Are you going to speak about this item particularly, the storage they want to build?
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to talk about? Are you
Yeah.
in opposition of that?
I want to talk about.
On the storage specifically, please, not about our parks and our pools. Are you going to talk about this item and how it?
Sir, respect me. I'm a professional, okay?
It's,
Last time I was talking.
as a professional.
Last time I'm talking real serious about a health issue. I'm hoping people, you make fun of that.
What?
I'm not gonna
What
talk.
is that?
I was talking about a health issue, encouraging everybody to go
Wait
get
a
a
minute, wait a
medical
minute.
checkup, and you make
No,
fun
it's
of
not
that.
about this item, and I'm not making fun of anything.
Okay, but you respect
I
me.
wanna
This is,
talk
I have
about
the
this
First Amendment
item.
right to speak on this.
Not on this item?
Yes,
It's about this item.
yes.
All right, go ahead. Name and address for the
And I
record.
hope you
have up to
respect
3
my
minutes.
First Amendment right. I mean, I'm not here.
No, no,
clown.
don't be the First Amendment rights. You're not an attorney. You can't give legal advice in the state. I asked you a simple question. I'm not denying you your First Amendment rights. So stop going out on those tangents, okay? Thank you.
I ask that you
name and
respect me.
address for the record.
Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast
You
Park
have 3
Drive.
minutes. Thank
I
you.
ask that you respect me because I had a serious concern with the health issue, and I'm hoping everybody, that's not a joke.
Is this,
You're
so
trying
it's
to-
not about this item,
I'm going to talk about the item. I have the right to speak.
about this item. We
Yeah.
had comments and questions.
I have the right to
That's
speak.
Go on.
You're a council president. I hope you act like a council president. You.
Acting like a
All right,
council
thank you. I
president. Go
appreciate
for it.
that.
Go on.
Right, I appreciate that.
Go on.
Okay, this item, like every other item, because it's legal, doesn't mean you allow it. You're the ultimate city planner in the city of Hialeah. Because something is legal, it's gonna make a profit. This discussion, I hope the attorney jumped in. I mean, because something is legal, something's gonna make a profit. Milton Friedman, yeah, he said that, but you're the
This has
ultimate.
nothing to do with this item.
Yes, it's about this item.
Okay.
Mr. Ozzie, just so you're aware, the applicant for this item has been waiting now hours in order to be heard about this item. This is a quasi judicial proceeding. That means that the applicant has a right to be heard, and anybody that wants to speak as to the item, specifically as to what exactly is being proposed, can do so. And the applicant even has the right to cross-examine whoever is speaking on the item. So that's why Council President is trying to keep the quorum, stick to the issues at bar, which is basically this proposed zoning item.
That being said, thank you, Madam Attorney. That being said, if you could speak about, if it's directly about this item in particular, fine. If not, I'm going to have to ask you to
I'm
abandon.
gonna speak about this item, but you have no right to tell me what to speak on.
Absolutely have the right.
I'm gonna
You
speak
don't
on this
practice law
item.
in
You
this
can't
state.
turn my.
You
my
don't
dis-
tell me what my rights are, what
You
rights do
can't
not
turn,
practice
you
law.
can't, I have the right to speak what I want
You
to
have,
speak.
okay, go
You-
on.
You can't tell me what to speak when I, what,
Yes,
this is
I
the United States.
Yes,
No.
no, don't.
Not in
give
the
me
United States.
State stuff. Go on, go ahead.
So-
No, it's not going to be about this item, but go on.
Okay, so whether this item or any item is what's best for Hialeah, not that it's gonna make money or it's gonna make a profit or whatever. You're the ultimate planner in the city of Hialeah. So I hope this item and every item, you do what's best for the city of Hialeah because you're the ultimate planner. We have Claudia as she recommends things, but you're the ultimate planner, our planning. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasure of the council. For any motion on 17A? From,
Rodriguez.
that was Luis Rodriguez and William Marrero for a second on 17A. Thank you. Call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega is absent. Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez is also absent. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Marrero. Ms. G. Perez. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item 17B.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to OOPS Office and Professional Services for the property located at 590 East 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
I'm sorry, we had the accompanying item, right? This
Yes.
dentist and
Yes.
I should thank you for your patience. Does anybody have any questions for, this is a second, reading. Does anyone have any, comments or questions on this or? or pleasure of the council? Who did first? Thank you. William Marrero, Councilman William Marrero for a first, and Councilman Luis Rodriguez for a second. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez is absent. The zoning for the dental office. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
So we're going to now to 17D, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Read into record.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to P Parking District for the property located at 390 East 43rd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1 One Family District, legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but we will now allow the lobbyist, Mr. Lucas, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
President, Madam Vice President, council members, good evening. It's been a long night.
Thank you. Good evening.
And thank you for your indulgence. May I approach and have you hand this out, please?
Yeah, and then name and address for the record, sir. Thank you.
John Lucas, 2655 South Lejeune Road, Suite 810, Coral Gables, Florida, on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, sir.
Fruteria Latin Proud. As the council will recall, or for those who were present, I was here on August 11th. The matter after presentation received a motion to deny, which was not seconded, and the matter was deferred based upon a motion second discussion for this evening. So thank you for allowing me to appear once again. I presented to you a illustration that'll give you a pictorial representation of what the proposed improvement is intended to look like if the council sees fit to approve a request for a change of zoning from R1 to P. We do have the recommendation of planning staff as well as proposed conditions which the applicant has agreed to. As the council will recall, when we last met on August 11th, there was further discussion and a indication of a concern of what happens to the parking lot that is being proposed for this change of zoned area itself. And Mr. President, I think the conversation centered around what happens to the parking lot. Is it going to be secured? Are we going to have loitering that occurs in the evening hours and the like? There was an additional condition that was included within the proposed declaration of restrictions that evening and provided by Mr. Recio. And actually, there were two conditions. One, with respect to the maintenance of the right-of-way improvements that are required under the declaration of restrictions. The declaration actually includes specifics with respect to curb, gutter, turf, landscaping, and the like. The second more significant addition was a provision which appears under the owner's commitments in paragraph 1J. The parking lot shall be secured to prohibit access from 43rd Street when the business is not in operation, but in all events between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. That has been agreed to by the applicant as well. By way of just a historical perspective and very briefly, given the lateness of the hour, Fruteria has been in existence since 2008. It's enjoyed considerable success. As a result of that success and an increase in the customer base itself, there have been changes that have been necessitated, including those operationally. There have been concerns that expanding the footprint for this particular business, which is located at the southwest corner of East 43rd and 4th Avenue, including the additional lot that you see, which is the farthest portion of this property to the west. So you have three parcels here. You have the immediate corner where the restaurant is located. There's a 25-foot parcel adjacent and contiguous to it. And then you have the residential parcel that is then appended to it proceeding to the west. When we talk about size, the restaurant property itself has 12,900 square feet, more or less. The 25-foot strip
that is adjacent contiguous to it is roughly 3,450 square feet. And then, of course, we have the residential lot, which we're requesting be changed to P for parking, which is 8,625 feet. I would like the council to indulge me and to consider this to be more of a solution and not an added problem. This is a betterment for the community. What the continued success of Fruteria has brought about is the need for being more self-contained. The council will remember in years past, we had a situation where we were looking for a change of zoning for the 25-foot parcel located in the middle. That was changed from R1 to C1 in order to align it in terms of its use with the actual Fruteria restaurant itself. What the reason for that is there were complaints that there was more storage taking place in a container on site, as well as perhaps another adjacent and nearby property, which was not permitted. The change of zoning that occurred on the 25-foot lot itself allowed for the construction and development of a 2-story storage facility, which is now housing all of the equipment and the necessary appurtenances for the operation of the restaurant itself. But that solved the problem with storage, and it was a good solution there. But what it didn't solve was the second issue, which was one of parking. And the neighbors were concerned that there was a lot of activity. There was impediments to the right-of-way itself, traffic up and down the street, people parking in the swale areas and the like, that was not conducive to the residence itself or the residential neighborhood itself. Hence, the appendage of this now residential property, which was purchased in and around 2021, demolished with permits at that time. It's a vacant lot itself. What this particular lot allows to happen is for the creation of an additional 26 parking spaces, utilizing the same existing driveway connection. We don't have to add another driveway connection. It allows for, into the planning staff's recommendation, converting what is the swale area into a curbed area with landscaping, all of which is going to be undertaken at the cost and maintenance expense of the owner itself. We are improving the footprint upon which this business is located, allowing it to self-contain and to deal with its own parking demand, as well as its storage, and to eliminate the types of impediments and complaints that have been raised by the concerned neighbors themselves. I would like for you to view this as a betterment. I would like for you to take a look at the actual, I think I uploaded or sent something to the clerk's office to go ahead and upload into the system. But I think the illustrations that you have before you right now indicate precisely what is going to be developed there. Now, in terms of concerns, the council may very well say, well, you know, what happens if there's a violation? That's built into these declaration of restrictions. And the restrictions themselves, and I don't know whether or not those have been made a part of the record for the council. Have they been?
Yes, if we have a list of restrictions here, I'm not sure if it's unabridged.
Okay, I got you. Well, we do have the restrictions, and I can tell you that the owner's commitments, they appear at page 2 of the document that I had received. They are under paragraph 2, owner's commitments. The owner shall adhere to each of the following. We then have paragraph 1 through J, which is all inclusive. And as I mentioned previously, not only on August 11th, but with respect to the new additions themselves, have been agreed to by the owner. Now, with respect to other changes that were recommended at the planning and zoning and also agreed to by the owner, instead of a 6-foot high concrete wall, it'll be an 8-foot high concrete wall. The first 10 feet of the proposed wall will be reduced in order to achieve a line of sight or not present any kind of an impediment to access getting on and off the property. All improvements within the site plan itself are going to include, as I mentioned earlier, the landscaping within the swale area, all of which will have to be approved by the city street division, installed and then permanently. And the emphasis is on permanently maintained by the applicant itself. The other prohibition is signage. And there was some concern in the early years that there was signage out there that was not desirable for that particular area. There's also a limitation where the owner will not be placing any signage on the property other than directional signage itself. such as parking at La Fruteria. You have to forgive my accent. It's not born and raised here, but and still trying. I'm here to answer any questions that you have. I would implore you to give us a favorable consideration here and to recognize the commitment on the part of the owner to do the right thing, to take control of the parking situation in the same manner in which he has taken control of the storage issue, which had been raised as a concern previously. I'm here to answer any questions should you have any.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I have one question. They're only doing the business there for La Fruteria because I see here a sign in front of that business that like a fish market coming soon.
I'm not even aware of that signage. You see it on the building itself?
Yeah, it's here on Google. Maybe it's an
Well-
old picture, but I'm just, I don't know if they're gonna build within La Fruteria another business of fish market. That's why I'm asking.
I can't speak to that issue, to be honest with you.
That's my only.
It says La Sirena Beach.
Yeah. like
Fish market coming soon.
Well, let me ask you this. If there were a fish market as part of La Fruteria, I mean, it is a restaurant, would that be an impediment or otherwise be found objectionable? And is it permitted under the city code in order for you to have that type of an operation there? Because if it isn't permitted,
It is, Claudia, right?
It's probably.
Claudia,
it is,
you know.
it is pretty. So it would
He
be,
can have outside sales. He can't put an additional, like a little truck with frozen or fresh fish. No, but if it's within, they can do whatever,
They
right?
cannot have it outside,
Right.
but they could have it inside
They
the
can
building.
serve it and offer it inside the business. Yeah.
so with respect to businesses that might be considered as a right, I think the main concern and something that I would acknowledge is this. The key here is making sure that we have a parking facility that is going to eliminate the conflicts, both the pedestrian as well as the vehicular conflicts on 43rd Street that has been complained of in the past. That problem is solved by putting in a parking lot that has all the landscaping, all the bells and whistles, everything needed in order to preserve at least the sanctity of a serenity rather of the neighborhood itself, but also to eliminate the on-street right-of-way impediments that have been complained of. With regard to traffic itself, it's a question of really the volume of vehicles that go and come from that particular location. Having, instead of only 12 parking spaces for a business that continues to grow, but to have 38 parking spaces is something that is a betterment. It's something that can certainly remove the types of objections and impediments that we have discussed in the past and which have caused us to be where we are today. So we're offering this as a solution. We don't want it to be a part of the problem. And we've agreed to the enforcement actions that have been articulated within the Declaration of Restrictions that will keep the property honest.
Any questions for Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas, I just wanted to say something also. I've been following this business for years. They've been getting complaints and I've been getting calls from the owner too. Push and pull. The main problem with this business was its lack of parking. That was the main problem. And that was the biggest disturbance in the neighborhood. People were parking in the residential swales and then tossing their garbage, their containers, their clams, they get the food with just tossing them right on the sidewalk. And there wasn't really anybody monitoring that and all that. This solves that problem. This is this will be 26 more spaces. That's 26 less cars that will impact or would have been a nuisance in the neighborhood. I do get it. They've been successful. And that's a good thing. They've been growing. They've outgrown, right, their footprint, and they need this now. If I was a neighbor there, I would love to have only houses around me, but that is not the case. That what is in play here is that one lot that's residential, and they want to turn it into a parking lot, right, to contain everything within their business, so they don't have to use parking around the neighborhood, like you said, have it all contained within the business. If I were the neighbor of that, I would rather have a parking lot than a house. A parking lot, especially with these restrictions at 11 o'clock at night, you're saying it closes, it reopens at at 5.
5 a.m.
In a private home, if you get bad neighbors, which abound, there may be no quiet all night long. There could be parties, there could be people, rambunctious people, noisy people, bad neighbors. There's no control over that. This one is a lower impact. It's a lower impact for that. Like a house is a risk. We know what happens in houses where you can have neighbors who are bad neighbors and nuisances, much bigger nuisances than if you had a parking lot next to it. I think it's the business is there and they needed more parking, and the business made the investment. This wasn't cheap to buy the lot and to demolish the house that was there. And I get it. That will solve the biggest problem right now that they have, that they've impacted the neighborhood with too many cars, but this is 26 additional spaces. This is, I think it's a good thing.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for bringing that back, because yeah, those were a lot of the concerns when this application came before us. And I believe it was also a drive-through back when it first came, and then that was null and voided. In addition to all the concerns that the councilman has brought up, another issue that we had was that the applicant decided to purchase that home and demolish it, going east and west, impeding onto the neighborhood instead of continuing going down north and south, and expanding down that main corridor. Now he encroached into the neighborhood and took down, demolished the residence. And then there was the issue of the home that was purchased that's for the storage, that there was back and forth. And there was just a lot of questionable behavior that was happening at the time. And then there was a tower that was built, that tower is now meant for storage, correct?
There's a 2-story structure. It's not a
Right.
tower.
So
but
it looks like a structure, building.
it was built specifically for that too.
So then now they're not using the home
correct.
because now but the home then got some asphalt poured in front of the home. It became a driveway. Is that home now going to be put up for sale? Are they planning on demolishing that home as well and doing something else?
I have no idea what the future plans for that property are, but it is totally separate and distinct from this operation.
Well, no, it's not separate because it was part of the storage of this restaurant. So currently, is the restaurant utilizing that property for the restaurant?
The answer to that is no. The storage facility on site. Now, let's be candid. It was a temporary measure to deal with the lack of storage on the property. The whole reason for going forward with the rezoning of the 25-foot lot in between the residential and the commercial lot was for purposes of building this particular storage facility to remove the problem of the lack of storage. The addition or assemblage of the residential lot is intended specifically, uniquely, to solve the problem with parking. So the two main problems that we had that were call it the subject of the concerns of the neighbors, were they're storing materials elsewhere, off-site. Parking is a nightmare. We've solved both of those. We've attempted to, with a very nice design, a clean design, and one that is going to totally encompass this parking area with the landscaping, the walls, and all of the requirements themselves, insulating it from the neighborhood itself. To the president's comments itself, it's a good solution to a problem that has existed far too long.
All right.
Mr. Riesco, did you want?
Yes, if you don't mind. Thank you, Council President. For the record, Tony Resio, law office at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to point out in response to your question, there is a provision in the Declaration of Restrictions that says that the owner shall ensure that the property located at 351 East 43rd Street, which is that property that I believe you're referring to,
Next to McDonald's?
shall not be used in connection with the restaurant, including but not limited to the use of the property for storage of restaurant materials or any other commercial use. It's a house. It needs to stay a house.
Is there anything in there that we could add that it's not to be demolished? Because I think that they demolished that property that was next, that's now the parking lot, without even taking out a permit. They just demolished it without,
I can't speak to whether, how it was demolished, whether it was
Yeah.
without a permit, but in terms of limitations on the demolition of that house, that if this is a declaration of restrictions, a voluntary proffer of restrictions, I'm sure Mr. Lucas could speak with his client, and if they're amenable to it, we will add it, certainly.
thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I would like to express my personal opinion without
Yes, sir.
having spoken to the client. We're talking about an entirely different piece of property itself. One that is zoned residential currently and is not being used for storage or has any nexus, any connection with the operations of the fruteria, okay? Itself. I'm not certain, and I'll have to review it from a property rights perspective as to whether or not you can impose a obligation on a separate and distinct piece of property as a condition to the granting of a change of zoning on an entirely different and separate property altogether. I'll look into that.
I understand your concern. The way I see it, it was tied because it was being used as an extension of the business. And considering the trajectory of what we saw, the other property was zoned R1 and it was demolished without taking out a permit. The original lot, that's when the previous director was here from zoning, that's what I was told at the time. And that was one of the reasons that the council had taken such a strong stance, because not only were they being bad neighbors, not only did they not follow the rules, not only did the neighbors bring us pictures of littering up and down the block, but then they also demolished the property, a single family home, without going through the proper
Channels.
correct. So that stayed very clear.
Respectfully, I would refer to the planner's recommendations at the analysis, which indicates that the property, and we're talking about the single-family residence, was originally approved with a single-family residence constructed in 1952. However, the structure was demolished in 2021 under permit number 2021-7949. So I beg to disagree. I believe there was a permit. It's indicated in the planner's recommendations and analysis itself. But I don't want to belabor that particular point. The objective here, from the owner's perspective, is to ensure that the problems that were perceived and the problems that existed in the context of lack of storage, which caused temporary measures to be used on a totally separate and distinct property, has now been fixed. How? Through this council's approval of a change of zoning from an R1 to a C1 that allowed the 25-foot lot to be assembled and to be aligned in terms of its business operation with a commercial restaurant itself. So between the commercial restaurant at the corner of 43rd and 4th, you take the 25-foot, and if you take a look at the illustrations, you'll see exactly where that two-story building is located. Now, the addition of the R1 property, changing that to P only and linking it perpetually to only the uses associated with the operation of La Fruteria, is the covenant. It's a unified parcel now. We have 3 properties, 3 folio numbers that are linked together forever and limited only to parking as it relates to that operation. So what we're trying to do is to build guardrails around the property itself from the standpoint of trying to remove the problems that the council was concerned about previously. And I think we've accomplished that here, particularly with the restrictions that have been agreed to, particularly with the modifications to Maria Fernandez's site plan and conceptuals. We're in a position right now to move forward with your approval in terms of taking the next step to ensure that the lot doesn't remain vacant, doesn't become a dumping ground for anybody, but becomes a useful part of an overall ongoing concern that we can be proud of and know full well that it is not going to impact negatively the neighborhood itself. With that being said, I would implore the council to please consider and to trust that, notwithstanding the years of distrust that you had for the property and or for anybody associated with the process itself, we have the bells and whistles, we have the guardrails, declaration of restrictions itself. that are enforceable from a code enforcement standpoint and from a revocation standpoint when it comes to the granting of the approvals that we're seeking here today.
Mr. Lucas, and I want the council to know, and he's the lobbyist, I'm not. This business has been around since 2006, you said, right? Eight. With all due respect to the people who preceded us, and it could happen to us one day in the future. Somebody will look back and say, shame on us, shame on them. They should never have allowed a business like this to be built so close to a residential neighborhood. A business like this that needs so much parking, that has so much movement, they should never have allowed it. We should never have allowed, none of us were sitting in this chamber when that, we have never allowed it, but it's there. They allowed it, and now this additional parking lot is a remedy for something that should not have been allowed there, but it's there, it's legal, and it's not going to go away. And right now it's legal for them, for their customers to use swales in the whole block. There's nothing that we can do to prohibit that. That's public right of way. They should never have allowed this business that has so much traffic to be, licensed there, but it's there. It's there now. And I look at this as a remedy for something, and it's true. It shouldn't have encroached, shouldn't have had to get to this, where it has to encroach into the residential area. But there's no other viable solution for this right now except continuing to impact, because the owner has no obligation to close the business. People can still park outside of the business like they were doing now. And, but this is a remedy for something that wasn't really decided well back then, perhaps, where we should have said back then, you need more area, or if not, it's not coming, but it's there, and they're legally there, and they've been there since 2008, which precedes us. But this may be a remedy. This may be a remedy for the sins of our fathers, who probably were well-intended. I'm sure they were well-intended. Our job is to promote business in every way we can. So they were well-intended, but it was, too busy of a business to put in that small of a space. But we're here now, and that's the way I see it. I wish it wasn't there, but it is, and this might be a solution for their problem. That's all I have to say, but pleasure of the council, or more questions for Mr. Lucas. We have a motion from Frank de la Paz, which is not valid.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in an auction. Okay, so we don't have a motion. So Madam Clerk, what happens now?
We need to take action.
Do we make them, what do we do? Deny it? We table it? We can, those are the choices.
Well, during the discussion, there was a condition that was proposed. I'm not sure if that's something that you would like for the parties to go back to the table and discuss, or if there's a motion to deny, we could take a vote on that if in fact there's a second.
Does anybody have any issue that they're stuck on with this or something? You want them to come back with it, or?
Yeah, through the chair,
Yes,
Mr. Lucas, I think, and I've been kind of open with everybody that anytime something like this comes, for me, changing a residential to a parking, I have a hard time with that. So has nothing to do with the parking. It's truly just kind of blanket. I've always been no residential, no switching residential to parking.
Let me ask you, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Let's assume for a moment there are no neighbors that are in opposition. Would that be something that is relevant to the council in making a decision in terms of controlling, or?
So through the chair.
Yes, sir.
And I was trying to stay quiet. I mean, the R1 area, we got to respect it. I'm against it. I think we should be this is a residential area, R1. How would you like to have a parking lot beside your house? Plus McDonald's very busy. I'm born and raised in the area, so I have a challenge with this right now. Okay.
Would you?
So I motion to deny.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny from, we're going to take a vote on that, right? Madam Attorney, we're well within our, okay. So we have a motion to deny from Councilman Luis Rodriguez, and we have a second motion to deny from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Gonzalez is absent. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
No.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The motion to deny passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night. All right, we're up to 17E, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting variances to allow front setback of 0 feet where 10 feet is required, street side setback of 6.75 feet where 10 feet is required, 53.35% lot coverage where 45% is the maximum lot coverage allowed, parking within the required front setback where parking in the front setback is not allowed, parking stalls and parking lanes to cover 57% of the total lot size, where parking stalls and parking lanes shall cover no more than 55% of the total lot size, and two-way driveway width of 17.66 feet, where 20 feet is the minimum required. All contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-641, 98-642, and 98-2188 for the property located at 215 East 8th Street, Hialeah, zoned R3D, multifamily district, legally described herein, providing for conditions, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is on first reading, not open to public discussion. Are you the registered lobbyist, sir? Alter Gambardi?
Yes, good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening,
Vice-
sir. And we'll also stand by also, Claudia, in case we need you here. Go ahead, sir. Did you want to say something, name and address for the record?
Yes, Alter Gambardi for 215 East 8th Street. I think you'll be happy on this non-contentious, easy items. I'm here to answer any questions. Basically, it's a straightforward variances relating to setbacks and parking, but the use itself and the amount of parking is consistent with your zoning.
The use and amount of parking is what we're looking at is setbacks here. Claudia, this, at least to me, there's, okay, front setback 0 feet where 10 feet are required. What does that mean? Where's his front? I don't even know where the front of this house is.
Well, this
Is it
is,
on 8th Street or is it on the avenue?
no, it's on the street.
Okay.
The proposed project is facing street, and there are 3 segments that they're going to be 0 feet setback where the 10 feet is required. The remaining areas are providing for 5 feet.
But that would be used for parking, not a structure, right?
Mm,
The 0?
The front?
Yeah.
No, there's no parking at the front. All the
No.
parking, it's through the back, accessible through the back and underneath the building.
Oh.
So you're going to have 0 front setback for a width of 10 feet, and then landscaping, and then 22 feet of 0 setback, and then landscaping again. So
What's this project? Because I don't see a changing of zone. Is this?
this is just basically variances. This is one of the oldest plot areas. The lot is very narrow and elongated from 2nd Avenue all the way to the street.
Yeah.
So right now, the use of the property is a single family home, but inspection, reflected that it's not being used for a single family home. It's, probably a multifamily. And they're proposing 3 residential units. This area is within the Hialeah downtown area. So the zoning is R3D for R3 downtown area.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking up the property on Google. The swale, is that parking?
On the street, yes.
That is parking right in front.
On the street, basically, they have asphalt, yes. Mhm. And they have some islands on the swell area, some landscaping island.
Yes, I see those. But that is legal parking next to the swale area.
On the swell.
Okay.
So you have property line, sidewalk, swell. The swell is divided by those landscaping islands, and in
Mhm.
between those landscaping island is parking.
Okay. So they're just here to come up to code, I'm assuming, and
They're providing a project that because of the shape of the lot, they required variances in order to make it happen. Basically, that is what happened. The maximum residential units is only 3 units. They're providing all the parking, but they needed to push the building forward to the street so they can have enough accessible for the driveway and space for the vehicles to park.
there's a building there. They're changing that building?
Yes,
Oh,
they're
so they're
demolishing.
demolishing it?
Yes.
You
they're
just said
demolishing-
you're pushing up the whole thing? Okay.
No, they're pushing. The
Right, that's what
project
you
is, I'm sorry, it's late.
It's like, it threw me off a little bit, but.
The proposal is to push the building towards the street.
Okay, got it. There. All right, thank you. Motion.
Motion from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega. And we have a second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero, Ms. G. Perez,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're hard. I'm sorry.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yeah.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez is absent. Mr. Rodriguez. Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
You're very welcome, sir. Okay. Oh. That's it. We're done, right?
One more.
No, I know. Somebody will kill me here. Item G, Madam Clerk, read it into the record. Item G.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance to allow business and professional services on the ground floor where business and professional services are not allowed on the ground floor. Contra to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1543, Sub B2 for the property located at 1033 East 25th Street, Hialeah, zoned TOD, Transit-Oriented Development, legally described herein. Providing for conditions, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is on first reading, not open for public discussion, but we do have the registered lobbyist here with us, Ms. Maritza Haro Salgado. Would you like to make a presentation or speak
Good evening,
about that?
council.
Thank
I
you.
do have a full presentation ready, if you'll indulge me. I'll be brief. I know it's a late evening, unusually late for you all. So good evening, Maritza Haro Salgado, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of 1025 Hialeah Development LLC, the owner of the property located at 1033 East 25th Street. I'm joined this evening by Frank Espinosa and Fernando Villegas from ownership, and we respectfully request your approval of this application to allow office uses on the ground floor of an existing mixed-use building located steps away from the Tri-Rail and the transfer station TOD. On the next slide, you'll see that the property is located right on East 25th Street, just west of the Tri-Rail station, and it's already been developed with an 8-story mixed-use building. On the next slide, you'll see that the property is already entitled, meaning it's zoned TOD and designated TOD by the future land use map and zoning maps. This property is a product of the city's successful efforts to revitalize aging and unused industrial spaces through the implementation of the Transit-Oriented Development District legislation adopted in 2016. Now, 10 years later, we're seeing many of the buildings being developed and the area becoming a true mixed-use neighborhood. The next slide, you'll see the specific request before you this evening is a variance of section 98-1543B2 to allow office uses in the ground floor of the property. For context, on the next slide, you'll see that this development is nearly 10 years in the making. In late 2018, the City Council approved an application to rezone the property from C2 to TOD. And then on the next slide, you'll see that in 2022, the city approved a building permit for a mixed-use building, which included the ground floor as proposed retail or office. And this is, I'll underscore that because that's important. And based on the labels and notes that you'll see on this slide and the next slide, the applicant understood or believed that either retail or office would be permitted on that ground floor. And the intent was to come back and modify, essentially submit a new building permit for the interior build out once they secured a suitable tenant for that ground floor, either for retail or office. On the next slide, you'll see that the property was constructed in 2025 and a CO secured. And the result is a modern mixed-use residential building that advances the city's TOD vision by providing first-class residences and amenities within a pedestrian-oriented ground floor activation. On the next slide, you'll see that in reliance on that approved building permit, the applicant listed and marketed the ground floor of the property as available ground floor retail and office space. That's the Colliers brokerage flyer. You'll see it has both, right? Like they tried to secure either retail or office space. After months, on the next slide, you'll see having the property listed with Colliers in early 2026, the applicant entered into a lease with Regis for shared office and workspaces on the ground floor of the property. And the applicant promptly began working on a plan revision submittal to accommodate this promising and transformative tenant. I'll tell you a little bit about Regis. They're a multinational corporation that has been around for over 37 years. On the next slide, with over 6,000 locations worldwide, providing serviced offices, co-working spaces, virtual offices, and meeting rooms on flexible terms. Regis provides individuals, freelancers, small businesses, and large enterprises the opportunity to work anywhere in the world without the burden of long-term commercial leases. On the next slide, you'll see that Regis's mission complements Hialeah's historically entrepreneurial character by facilitating the ability to create and operate a small business in the city. Today's entrepreneurs are looking for office spaces that are modern, convenient, affordable, and accessible without that large overhead. And Regis provides just that with existing locations in Brickell, Coral Gables, and Doral. It's very exciting that Regis chose Hialeah for their next South Florida location. And so on the next slide, what this means is that Regis will give Hialeah small business owners an opportunity to enjoy a move-in ready space with no fixed lease burdens and a professional address. Regis is specifically, as it pertains to this site on the next slide, Regis's presence on the ground floor of this building will encourage pedestrianism in the area, and it'll support the economic growth of the surrounding businesses by providing the necessary foot traffic during business hours when all of the residential units, are off to work. Regis patrons will seek places for lunch, for coffee, and other commercial amenities in the nearby area. This will support and encourage other commercial tenants. As if anybody has driven by that area today, some of the buildings are ready. A lot of the ground floor units are vacant. We see this tenant as being transformational in that those future commercial tenants will be able to say, hey, we're going to have that foot traffic there to come over for lunch, for coffee, depending on their offerings. So this will support and encourage the infill of commercial tenants to the area, which we understand is the vision for the TOD. The reason we're before you today is because, as I mentioned, the building permit application for Regis's interior build that was submitted, and the applicant was advised by the planning director in the city that the office uses were not allowed. So as a result, we filed the application before you today. This application is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the code. The TOD regulations intend to promote pedestrian-friendly mixed-use development with the goal to enhance livability and mobility. Granting the requested variance will provide substantial justice and will not be contrary to the public interest. And the purpose of this request is to grant accessibility to world-class workspaces within the city. In addition, the increased pedestrian traffic in the area, as I've mentioned, will help further the goals of the TOD and will lead to positive economic impact on the surrounding businesses that will benefit from those office patrons. On the next slide, the one after that, You'll note as staff, as noted in the staff report, which we've earned a favorable staff recommendation, the applicant has agreed to limit the uses along the East 25th Street facade to customer-oriented service uses, such as nail techs, barbers, and other similar customer-oriented service uses. And we've also located the coffee and snack area around this area to essentially activate that frontage. While this is not ideal, the applicant is willing to live with this condition, to secure a favorable staff recommendation and hopefully your approval. And so to conclude, we've earned a favorable staff recommendation. This approval of this application will encourage pedestrian mobility within the TOD, support economic vitality of other commercial users coming to the area, and particularly the ground floor commercial space of the building immediately next door at 1067 East 25th Street, which is also controlled by our client. They will be able to use this as a selling point to bring in those other tenants to the area. And lastly, as I've mentioned, we're bringing world-class tenants, providing office spaces and amenities to Hialeah. This will help small business owners to achieve their dreams. And with that, I tried to be as brief as possible. We respectfully request your approval, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So it's amazing how much need we have for this because and when you try to look for new apartments, new businesses, you gotta go Miami Lakes, you gotta go down south, you gotta go to Kendall. We just don't have that spaces here. So I like the idea. I mean, it's positive for me. I think it will attract young, not young, but people just trying to need that office, need that professionalism. So, I mean, I'm good with it. I have a motion.
We have a
Second.
motion. I'm sorry. Second, did you say second? We have a motion from Luis Rodriguez. We have a second from Councilwoman Perez, Jaylene Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez is absent, Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for September 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
We live to fight another day.
Thank you.
Have a
Have a
great
good
night,
evening.
Maritza. Thank you, Maritza. Thank you. Any other items? No other? All right, we're officially adjourning the meeting of City of Hialeah Council meeting of August 25th at 9:54 p.m.